Good evening, everybody. We are live. I am MC Toon, the worst rapper in the world. I'm glad you could be here. I hope you can all hear me just fine. I can not hear you. I don't even need my earpiece right now. How you doing? I see BM Furball and Factard, Christ Puncher, and a few others in the chat. Welcome, everybody. Well, tonight, no flat earthers could be found that had evidence, just like every night, actually. So, hey there, Earthrise, and Motzer Alice Mist. I hope I'm saying that right. I'm probably not. How you doing? So, thanks a lot for joining. Again, I've got a lot of encouragement from people on Facebook, by email, by Twitter. It's super great. I had a nice conversation with Neriel from Israel, who has a website with a bunch of information about, because he's a Jew and reads Hebrew natively, so he doesn't have to reinterpret anything, and he doesn't like the flat earthers that are trying to use Hebrew scriptures to say the earth is flat. So no surprise there. He has a bunch of stuff up there. I will post that here in the description, maybe. Thank you to my patrons. Got another one now. So Thomas J. Miller, Dora NAQ, I think I got that right. She gave me a little help. Stringer News 1, Johnny Carlson, and Elizabeth Schneider. Thanks a lot. You can go to patreon.com/MCToon. And if you want to join my Discord server, I'll put that in there. You can. It's a nice place. Try to keep it friendly, no matter what you think of the Earth shape. So tonight we have a little bit of result from that guy who I did a video last week that showed a magnet and a ball doing exactly what with a compass doing exactly what it would do in reality, and he did not think it worked. He said it was wrong. And Stringer News 1, yes, watch your mouth. So I have, let's see, I have this here. So he said a bunch of things, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to get one of his videos, and we're going to play it, and we're going to see how silly it is. So give me a second here. I didn't really set this up quite well enough. Since I didn't have a guest this week, I didn't actually start quite early enough. But that's fine, right? So let's see, we got... There it is. That's ready to go. And now I just need to find the video. So he has a tendency to delete videos so quickly. I actually had to set up a auto downloader, which worked well because he uploaded some and then deleted them again. He doesn't like to have people, tell the truth. He gets a little angry. So you see at the bottom of the screen there, where I challenged that guy to a debate. He said, "Let me know when and where, and I will be there." But then he didn't want to debate in the end. So I don't know why he said that. It didn't really work out. So let's see. Again, let's try this one. No audio yet. Hold on. He also says cognitive dissonance a lot, which he doesn't quite understand what it is, does he? He gets that a little bit wrong. It's almost like that guy has no idea what he's talking about. That's right, Christ Puncher. I think he doesn't. So, all right, let's see if this works here.
Dissonance of the Globetard, especially MC Toon.
Oh, that's me.
He still either pretends he doesn't know, or he is that dumb that he doesn't understand how this debunks the globe. Let's point out his just insufferable stupidity once again.
Oh, he's not very nice.
That guy, as he pointed out, the north end of the compass points north and the south end points south, in my demonstration and in reality. Here's the kicker. You have not identified how my demonstration differs from observation. Well, dumbass, I made a 30-minute video explaining nothing but how your demonstration doesn't match observation.
Actually, he made a 30-minute video that said 5 minutes of it was him wondering how the compass worked right next to the bare magnet. He kept rewinding it like, wait a second, that's not right. Wait a second, that's not right. So, all right, where did I put my compasses? I got 2 of them. Alexa, where's my compasses?
Compass was located in New York City and Compass is located in United States.
Oh, thanks. All right, I found it. All right, so here I have my globe. I need to up my volume, says Village Idiot Control. All right, up your volume, Village Idiot Control. All right, how's that? That's at the top. So, all right, here's my plan. I got north at the top, south at the bottom there, but it doesn't matter. We could go this way or this way too, right? So I'm going to put a rubber band around it. And then what I'm going to do is draw a line. So this is going to go past north right there, past south right there, and I'm going to get them straightened out a little bit there so that they're nice and even around the widest part of it. Right now, so here we are, north. So if we have a compass right here, which way is north? Straight along this line is north, right? If it's in down here, straight along this line is north, right? There's no other way that's north but that line. And yeah, it's curved, isn't it? Because it's a line of longitude. That's curved. All right, I'm going to get another rubber band. I'm going to put another line of longitude around there. Hello, Jimbo Joe. Yeah, that guy doesn't understand compasses or magnetism or orienteering, which I'm sure is a new word to him. So, all right. Here is my second line of longitude, which is going straight north and south also. So, on the globe, when you're in the southern hemisphere, the north tip of fact around Bass Lake and up to South Gate to Yosemite. Okay. Don't know what that means. All right. So in the southern hemisphere, north would be along this line, right? Along any of these lines of longitude. Straight north is along that line. So that guy, correct? Straight north would be along the lines of longitude. I'll try to get they're a little tiny bit because I didn't, get them a little bit straighter. What do you think, huh? So, a compass in the northern hemisphere goes right along that line there. See that? Trying to have the screen not, there we go, right along that line. And if it's here, off to the side, right? So let me get the smaller compass, see if that helps. There we go. This one is white is north on this guy. Is that right on this one too? And this one, red is north. So, oh my goodness. My screens are too bright. So, all right, here we go. Northern hemisphere lines up. Southern hemisphere lines up. Oh no, that guy. North end points north. Now when I rotate it, look at that, it keeps up. North points north. So, exactly what is off? What is different from observation to what you're seeing here? Nothing. North points north. I can go to this other line of longitude here. Put it right on there. North points north. I can twist the compass. The needle still points north. Right? You have not yet quantified how that's different than reality. You've said all sorts of things about navigation that you don't understand, but that's not anything, because north is north and south is south. So let's watch a little more here.
And then I made a 15-minute video after that explaining the exact same thing again. Here it is. This is only the reason. That's all I'm going to show you. Again, you have to have a brain and the ability to think. Okay? So stay with me, MC. Any other Globetards listening? The 21 thumbs down. Are you guys listening?
Well done, people.
Why do we use north to navigate?
We don't. And that is the part of his orienteering that he doesn't understand. Hey there, Crash's RC Budget Builds and Reviews. Hold on, let me get a little more water in my Operation of Strategic Influence mug right there. So I happened to work with somebody that was in the Navy in the 90s and was a quartermaster, which means he was one of the guys that dealt with navigation. And on a ship, magnetic compasses have problems because the ships are made of metal. But they do have some fixes where they put around the compass, so they'll have a big compass, very precise one, right? Not like this one. But then they'll have metal balls around it, and there's a whole long... there's a bunch of things that they do to fix that. Oh, you know what? And I found that today in the 1995 what was it? The navigation, the U.S. navigation thing. Hold on, I'll find it. It's pretty nice. New tab. There we go. That's the old one. Here's the new one. Let me get that up there for you. There you go. The American Practical Navigator, an epitome of navigation. I mean, an epitome of navigation. 1995 edition, and I believe it's on page, if I remember right, 85. That, oh no, that wasn't it. That was, yeah, oh look at that. Attractive forces across the surface of the Earth. Cosmonaut 6, is that guy agreeing to the stipulations of the challenge? Of course not. He's a flat earther, therefore he's a liar. And an expert goalpost mover. So he has said that it didn't match reality because in reality, well, I don't know. He never really quantified the difference. He's like, for some reason, because the needle was pointing towards the South Pole and the North Pole at the same time, he thought that it was only pointing at the South Pole and was confused, thinking that navigation then could only use south. And I interrupted myself. Navigation doesn't use south. It uses both north and south to then find out what all the other directions are, right? Because you don't just go north. You find out which way all of the directions are and then go that direction that you will need to go by setting your heading, right? That's what I interrupted myself doing. So let me I need to find the note that I took today. There it is. Page. What page? Oh, silly me, I didn't write down the page number. Well, it was in the 80s, I thought. But hey, there you go. Look at that. Here's the deal. If you're going to make something for navigators, you're going to want to make something that works, not just something that lies to support something, because people would get lost. So there you go, that guy. The South Geographic Pole, the South Geographic Pole, the South Magnetic Pole, the North Geographic Pole, and the North Magnetic Pole. Let's see, Geist view. If magnetic north is what used for navigation, then how does he do a polar plot in the southern hemisphere? I don't know what a polar plot is. So, all right, this is, yes, maybe I'll have to explain Geist view. Or you can come on if you want. Always happy to have a guest on when there's no flat earther around. So here is the dip chart, or the magnetic inclination, which is really a flat Earth killer in light of his claim that the North Pole's in the middle and the South Pole's all the way out. Because if that were the case, you know what, I am going to do a little bit more of a demonstration. Because I have a little more magnets here. So, according to that guy, the North Pole is in the middle, and the South Pole is always Mandeville, not a dick chart, a dip chart, D-I-P. Thank you, A Watt. Silly. All right, let's see here. We got. So I have here a 4-inch neodymium bar magnet. So if the Earth is flat like this, right, and then we go around it like that, the thing is that we can then measure the angular dip. So right above the pole, it would be like that, right? Right above the North Pole, where people don't go very often because it's quite miserable there. And then as you move farther south, you see how that angle changes there. And as you keep going farther south, it would go farther. Man, devil. So many magnets you have, it's a wonder compasses don't point towards your house. All the compasses in my house are confused when I have to move all the magnets far away. All right, so you move your compass as you move south away from the North Pole, you get to the equator, you keep going farther south. Here's what happens. It flattens out. But at no point is the inclination going to tip the other way, right? As you go farther south, it's just going to keep, right? And they're completely gone. It's flat, right? And bring it back in. There you go. So here's the deal. And on the Earth, what we see is this. We see the dip like this at the North Pole, go around, flat at the equator, and then dip the other way at the South Pole, right? And that's what this chart, sorry, that was a little small. Darn it, I could have, I forgot to do it big screen. Hold on, let me do it again. Why didn't you tell me? You probably did, no, I wasn't reading. All right, so here's the flat Earth model. That is that guy's dumb idea. And as you move farther south, the dip of the magnet it's way over here, right? Never changes. It never goes, it doesn't tip that way. I can't tip it that way because that needle won't go, right? So I could force it here. It would go this way, right? That's what we observe in reality, is that the dip goes this way and then comes around that way again, right? So here's how it works for real on the Earth. North Pole going around horizontal, South Pole like that. All right, so that's what this chart is. I'll go back to the chart. That chart is showing us magnetic dip or inclination. Also, don't dox yourself in the mirror. Yeah, that's my kid's artwork. So there's nothing there that you can't see. I checked already. So yeah, Carl, no debate, no flat earthers showed up unless somebody's in here. And if Gary Wybenga's in there, he's quiet because he knows Gary, time to show up. All right, and then, all right, so magnetic dip, if you look there across near the equator, it goes about level. And then here's the magnetic declination, and there is a single point that is the magnetic South Pole. Mandel, you can get Flat Earth Aussie Jesus. Oh, that'd be sweet. He's so silly. There is a single South magnetic pole. You can deny it, but denying it without evidence is just denying evidence. There is evidence. People know where it is. So you can claim that it doesn't exist, but your claims go ignored because it does exist. And there's a whole lot of places that have it documented and have documented it for a long time. So let me get the there we go, a newer one. This here is on, I'll send it in here. This is all the current magnetic inclination, declination, and field strength, as well as full strength and X, Y, and Z axes. All the things that Brainiac was testing, if you ever looked at that. So here is a recent inclination or dip of the Earth there. So here's the deal, that guy, that you cannot, no matter what, you cannot refute this. You don't have anything for this because you have zero evidence. I have evidence, it's on the screen here, that there is inclination. And if there is a single magnetic pole in the north and the South Pole is all points away from it, then inclination would be flat as you got farther away and just end. It would just go flat and that'd be it. And that would be near the South Pole or something. Robert Legier, hey, you want to come in and be a pretend flat earther? You got to come up with the flat earther name, right? But yeah, let's see. I'll get in. Send me a message in Discord. Anybody wants to? Somebody on Facebook had said that they would do a fake one, but I forgot. But anyway. So anyway, there's the inclination, and this is testable. If you don't believe it, ask somebody in South America to get a global compass like this one right here, because this will measure inclination. It's a little funky because the it's not pointing north. This way's north. So it's not going to work right. Plus, I got all these magnets everywhere. They're like, everything's wonky. So, Robert Legier's gonna, fake flat earther's gonna crush me. So I'm in Discord. You can row bacon lay truth. Oh, that'd be super. All right, and then the other one. And field strength. This one is ridiculous too. Is this field strength? Yeah, field strength or total intensity. You can see here the total intensity maxes out around the North Pole and around the South magnetic pole. Both magnetic ones there, sorry. And it minimizes there down in around South America. But if it were a single magnet in the middle with everything going out from the outside there, then it would be strongest at the magnetic North Pole and continually decreasing as you went farther south. And so for you to just deny it is a lie. because this is documented. So unless you have documentation and evidence, then you got nothing. So I am looking for, I gotta going into Google Hangouts. Starting to call for Robert Legier. Or what was it? What was it? Robo Bacon Le Truth? All right. Have we spoken before on Discord? Yes, we have. There you go. So why is it so strong in Florida? Is it because of Red's face? I don't know that it's any stronger in Florida. It's strong over Canada. What is it in, let's see. Here's the declination. Declination's cool. Look at that. The 0 declination line goes right through Minnesota. And the South Pole, of course, is the center of one end of the declination, and the North Pole is the other end, which is not on this map. This map covers where people live for the most part. I had sent that guy a whole bunch of different maps of both Florida and Seattle area showing historic declinations, and he just ignored it, called it an appeal to authority, which is, it's not. An appeal to authority would be, listen to this doctor because he knows so many things, because he's a doctor. For example, when Nathan Roberts was debating me and he said, Dr. Samuel Robotham, who isn't a doctor, but he, sorry, factard, it's all because of your magnets. What is because of my magnets? Oh, because it's so strong. I'm not in Florida, I'm in Minnesota. But can you observe those lines in reality? Yes, they're painted on the earth, Mr. Victory. You just have to look very close. It's in infrared ink. So yes, Robotham dropped out of school at age 9. Probably what he was, I read his book, Earth Not a Globe. And he was really good at what he did. He was very, very good at basically at lying. Robert says he's not even at home. He didn't expect me to accept the invite. So, all right. Well, there you go. Robotham, he dropped out of school, whatever. I don't know. Yeah, whatever. I didn't look that up myself, so I'll take your word on that. But Robotham was really good at what he did because he was a snake oil salesman before he went into his flat earth stuff, which means he was into pseudoscience and he was selling pseudoscience to people. And so he had to be really good at what he did in order to sell it. Or he'd get chased out of town, which he did, right? So and story goes, and truth or not, I don't know, he got run out of town a few times with his early flat earth stuff. So he kind of, trial by fire, got better at figuring things out. And if you read the book, you see there's quite a few things in there that aimed at late 1800s rural people in England would totally buy and could not verify for themselves. Like he said, at 20 degrees south in South America, people have seen Polaris. Well, there's no internet then. How could anybody in England verify that? Nobody could. He could just stand up on his pedestal and make that claim and write it in his book, and nobody would ever say anything because they can't. They don't know. Mandelbrot Set has posted something. So anyway, so that was one thing that was genius from him. Another was he would say things like, when testing when testing the dip of the horizon, right? Which he said was way too much. And, there was no drop in the horizon, which of course there is. But you can't easily see it, right? So he would say, well, from the top of the Brighton Hotel, there should be some large amount of drop. He didn't do the math to figure out how much. He just said there should be, and that's it. And we took up an inclinometer, and then he didn't describe anything more than that. AT2, no, nobody's shown up yet, but if you want, you're welcome to. Let me find it here. Just a second, people. I interrupted myself. So Robotham said there should be some major dip in the horizon, but he didn't include the math. He gave a rough, vague description of what it was that he did to test it and said, we didn't find any. And nobody could argue that because nobody knew how much, nobody knew the math, nobody had been up there with an instrument to measure it. So nobody had any way to refute that when he's talking live. So they didn't have, he wins, because they didn't know. But now we have communication and we have quality instruments. So let me see here. The Maine Surveyor, if you guys have seen his website or his stuff. Jared and AT2 has 5 different things going on tonight. All right. Sounds good. If we could go back in time and assassinate Robotham, there would be no Eric Dubay 200 proofs and no modern flat earth movement. I think that would probably be correct, though. There was Lady Blount, who also did a bunch of silly stuff too, but she may have just done her stuff based off of Robotham. So anyway, so Robotham, let's see, Maine Surveyor is where I was going here. So let's go here. I have on my website, mctoon.net/horizon measured dip. Horizon dip measured 1. So, and here it is. So he has a theodolite that measures to 1 arc second. Oh, I need to edit that page there. 1 arc second or less. Says as the Maine Surveyor. So we went to Williams Reset, and there's the coordinates there. An elevation 21.986 meters, and he looked through his theodolite, and he saw this. When it was leveled, you see at the top there, 90-0-0. That is the theodolite leveled. You can see there's a dip there. And anybody who was in Robotham's crowd would not have seen this. They couldn't have. Now, Robotham did get challenged from a bunch of surveyors that did have theodolites, and so he gave his lame response. And they still say it today. Flat Earthers continue to say it today. It's ridiculous, but they do. Like when I debated Yellowbird, he said collimation errors. There's collimation errors with theodolites, which is a real problem. That's where, because of the way that the theodolite is made, the light can come through it and be skewed up or down. Why doesn't Kristen Frost laser beams? Yes. All right. Thank you. Sorry. BM. Been done. Fixed. So surveyors know this, and they fix this by taking the theodolite, spinning it around this way, and then spinning it around this way, so that you're looking through the telescope the opposite. It's upside down now, right? So if there's any errors up or down, it gets fixed the other way, and you just average them. And so this is what you have here, 270-0-0-0. So this is, again, through this same theodolite at the same location, horizon doesn't rise to eye level. And then he measured to eye level, from level down to the horizon, and he got, let's see, BM Furball. I'm reading Zetetic Astronomy now. You mean Earth, Not a Globe, right? That's the other name for it. Robotham claimed theodolites without glass showed rise. Glass ones showed drop. He blamed it on the glass being unreliable. Yes, he did. And he specifically, I believe you'll find that he calls out why must everyone use a theodolite as a dumping level? Yes, it's a multi-purpose device. He claimed that collimation errors were what caused it, but you fix it by flipping it. And so surveyors do that exact thing. And here is the main surveyor. He went through and he took 20 measurements, 10 pairs of measurements, and he averaged them all together and got a dip angle of, the zenith is 90 degrees, 70 minutes, 39 seconds. So that's the drop there is 7 minutes, 39 seconds. He has a standard deviation, a standard deviation of mean. And then he went through Al Burundi's calculations to calculate the radius of the Earth. So what are you going to say? If you're in England in the late 1800s and you don't have a theodolite, what are you going to say? You have nothing, right? So Robotham was very good at what he did, and very good at telling lies that people can't refute because they didn't have the information or the knowledge or the skill. So there you go. Good day. We got Marvel Girl here and Sewer Tapes, Kristen Frost Laser Beams. Kristen had a nice video, and some Flat Earth jerk pie was giving her some crap. If you want to go over to her channel and sub and give that guy a little talking to. Yes, Marvel Girl. So let's see, what were we can finish up on this video from that guy here. We're a minute and 40 in, and it's 10 minutes long. I don't know what else he has because he just repeats himself so much. And he thinks that repeating himself makes it more legit. It doesn't. Saying the same wrong thing 100 times is still wrong. Blair Sadowitz. Robotham was way more talented than today's crop of luminaries. Yeah, he was. I think if Robotham was around snake oil and pseudoscience type things. So, all right, let's see if there's any more substance from that guy here.
We use, and listen to my words. They have meaning. Okay? We use magnetic north. Magnetic north is in one place.
So yeah, he wants the needle to point towards magnetic north, which it did. I don't know. There's really no other way to do it.
Magnetic north is what we use to navigate. You see how your compass needle points to magnetic north, which makes south every direction away from magnetic north. I know, it's annoying. I have to do it, though. It's how insufferable the globetard is. Magnetic north. Again, one single place. A reference point for all navigation. All over the world. So to the dumbass down here that was saying, hey, you can buy 4 magnets, or 4 compasses, and for 4 different places on Earth. Because they're all different. Yep, they all point north. And that's the problem you don't understand. So, we use magnetic north for navigation.
Oh my goodness. So yeah. So I showed on here how the compass points to magnetic north. Every time. Everywhere. right there. North is there. Rotate it down from the South Pole. It doesn't change. It still points to magnetic north. It's just that it's on the other side there, right? Yeah, and he had a couple other, I should say this, he had a couple other quality. Yeah, it points to both. It points to both there, that guy. It's not just one. There's two poles and they're equal. There isn't one pole that's more pulley than the other. They're both equal magnets. You've got strong here, strong here. It's south strong here, north strong here, and the magnet needle, which is which is a magnet, aligns with that field. So take a shot every time he says magnetic north or insufferable. Don't. I cannot have the alcohol poisoning on my conscience, people.
And hopefully you understand why we can't use south in this scenario. Because south is every direction. Every direction away from north. And you cannot have a reference point for navigation if it's every direction.
Yeah, and that goes back to his unsubstantiated claim that there is no south magnetic pole. And in fact, he did have a couple videos where he pulled up people in Antarctica showing the same thing I did on here, where the needle got pinned because the he's supposed to admit defeat and read a script. So on the pole, because the inclination is vertical on the pole, you see that, right? When you go over here, inclination's to the side. So when you put the magnet on this there, it balances itself. But when it's here, it's straight up and down. So the one end of the needle that is attracted to that pole is pulled down very aggressively, and the gimbal can't handle it. So what happens is it presses against the bottom of the actual chamber that it's sitting in. And mine has this little inclinometer. You see that little thing? It's spinning around there. Oh, it's a little hard to see. It's at the bottom there. It's just a little wedge of plastic that sits in there. And the needle actually presses against next to it. Let's see if you can maybe back. I don't know. Forget it. And it was pinning against that little wedge of plastic and pushing it around with it. So it was difficult to get it to behave because it wanted it had to push that with it. So that guy is a pud. I don't think I've heard that term since 8th grade. Robert Legier. Anyway, hey, that guy. If you think there's no south magnetic pole, you go find the documentation that refutes this. Because there is a south magnetic pole. It's documented. People know about it. People know where it is. There is the total field strength right there. Also shows it. It's the strongest. And if we zoom in here, you can see right up here, 55,000 nanoteslas up there around Canada. And then we go, and then they're even stronger above in Siberia there. Then we go down here, right there, where the south magnetic pole is. That's that little splat thing there. 65,000 nanoteslas. 67,000 nanoteslas is that circle there just inside of it. Right? And then it goes down. It gets lower, goes all the way down in over South America to 25, 23, 21, less than 21,000 nanoteslas, so about half. Right? And then it goes back up. So, make claims, provide no evidence. What can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
You need to use the one point of reference. Okay, hopefully you understand. So, when you come to your southern hemisphere in your magical fantasy space ball, now you have just flip-flopped the scenario. Now you're using magnetic south. Okay, one location. Now south has gone from every direction to magnetic south.
South is not every direction, as observed, as measured. All right, I don't think there's any more on that. He just repeats himself. So here's the deal, that guy. I'll write the script if anybody has any. Hopefully you understand what he says. Yeah, he doesn't make sense. If anybody would like to input into the script for him, feel free to contact me on Discord, or you can email me mctoon@mctoon.net. I said in my video I was gonna be nice, but he's not been very nice in response. He's put out, I think, 6 videos this weekend, and literally hundreds of comments, because YouTube started flagging all of his comments, so I had to go in and approve every one of them. So hundreds of comments that he put in. I think he's got a thing for me, but that guy, I'm taken, and I'm not really interested in that. You could probably in Florida find some places to, get that need met, if you know what I mean. So anyway, I think being a flat earther, I knew, and having experience with the Flat Out Hero, that he would move the goalposts. That's what he does. That's what flat earthers do. Foxabillo, it's love. Yeah, please no. So I will give him a couple more days to read the script and delete his videos. But being a flat earther, he is dishonest. And that is step 1. So actually the prerequisites, I thought of the prerequisites to being a flat earther are being gullible, being ignorant and happy to be ignorant, being completely willing, no matter how many times people have said to do research, being completely willing to never, ever be tempted to do research. And note, YouTube videos don't count as research. So then, step 1 to being a flat earther is to believe a lie. Step 2 is to tell that lie to other people. And then advanced mode 3 is to make up new lies. So that guy is up to step 3 here, where he's making up lies about there's no magnetic South Pole. And like that declination doesn't exist. Like simple stuff. So funny. So anyway, I will then, World Model Feud had a great idea. If you look in the comments, I will do what he suggested. And it'll be up on the wall next week. So listen only mode initiated, Kristen Frost laser beams. Yes. Well, sleep well. I'm learning that he does. Yeah, I know flat earthers don't. They're not interested in truth. They like saying it, but they don't actually like the truth. And as I'm around interacting with flat earthers, I do see these the YouTube Channel of Truth Paradox, which I just renamed the Truther Paradox because it's more than just YouTube. But this from Simon Dan, couple months ago, coined the phrase the YouTube Channel of Truth Paradox to describe YouTube channels and other places that have truth in the name but tend to grasp onto untrue things, right? They love lies. They call themselves truthers, but they don't like the truth, and they love things that are untrue. So here's it's growing, and I like to congratulate people that get put in. So today we got I added Jaded Truth and Truth Flicks, and I think the Bloody Truth and Gospel Truth are recent additions as well. So if you have any nominations, send them to me, and I always tell them. I send them a link and I'm like, hey, congratulations, you made the list. And nobody is ever like, hey, dude, you're wrong. I like the truth. So I think they just agree with it. So probably safest. So, all right. Did any flat earthers show up? Anybody want to join and we can talk about stuff? Or we can talk about Robert Legier 3 when he's not able to respond quickly because he's driving or something. He's not at home. Christ Puncher, you want to join in debate? Can you be a fake flat earther? Are you on if you're on Discord, that guy with the thing has joined the server. That guy with the thing is on YouTube, is on my my Discord server. I don't know if it's the real that guy. What do you think? That guy with the thing. Are you the real that guy? I doubt it. He's not very good with technology because and Discord is probably a little too complicated for him. So anyway, all right. Who is it? Christ Puncher. Are you on? Yes, you are on Discord. I know that because you were in here a couple weeks ago. Let me find it. There we go. Invite sent to him. Oh, it's it's me. I joined, but I'm eating and didn't do anything. Okay, that's fine. Quit effing asking me to change my name. All right, I won't. Is flat? I say, Pate LaRose is asking, is flat Earth kind of fading away? Yeah. Sometimes I think that, and then I go onto Facebook, and hello.
Hello.
When I'm on Facebook, and I look at my friend suggestions on my YouTube one. Are you good with this? With your video here on Christ Puncher?
Oh, I'm fine with that.
Okay, all right. Hold on. Let me prep. I gotta.
What I should do is just turn my laptop 180 degrees. I know that light always gets right in the way when I'm on video every single time. How's that?
There we go. Christ Puncher is with us. Let's keep it family friendly. When you were on with Russian vids, it got a little heated, and it was
I
was fun.
Exactly sober for that either. Sorry, I just wanted to go on and yell at him. Yeah,
he needs a little yelling. He likes his echo chamber on Twitter.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that, in my opinion, doesn't really deserve a proper debate. You just got to go on and tell him that he's wrong and that he's dumb, and maybe a bit more from there. But
yeah. He. Every time I ask myself, can they be serious? Is this actually a real thing? But then I look at their Facebook pages and I look at their other stuff. Like, they're just so consistent with it. I found somebody has been posting that guy's Facebook or his real name and suggesting people go look at his Facebook page. I won't post it if he hasn't said it on YouTube. I'm not going to say it. But I looked, and yeah, he stays consistent everywhere. So
well, the thing is too, it's not just what they say and how consistent they are. It's the stuff that goes on in their minds. I don't know how you could even make that stuff up and actually believe it.
Yeah, and I went over it. You have to be ignorant. That's a pretty critical part of it. Like, you can't know stuff. You have to, Flat Out Hero has said he didn't do well in school, right? And that's fine.
Yeah,
I don't care. But to go and like then take your inability to know these things and your ignorance of it and like say suddenly that you know stuff, well, that's a problem now.
And that's the biggest problem, right? Because the thing is, there's nothing wrong with not knowing anything. Like, people, like, they go to school, their jobs and their lives don't necessarily require having that knowledge, so they forget it because they have other things they need to learn, need to do, and it's not an interest of theirs or anything. That's fine. But if you don't know that stuff, you can't go around and just say it's all wrong because you don't understand it. And that's what I've always tried to explain to them. It's like, we're not making fun of you because you don't know it. We're making fun of you because you don't know it and you're calling it all wrong. You don't even know what you're debunking. It's like, well, when I was listening to that debate with you and Flat Out Hero last week, he didn't even know like angular size. He's like, well, like how far away, how big? It's like, that doesn't matter. That's not how you determine angles. It's like, or like with you and Joey Roca, same thing. He's like, well, he called you McToon. It's like, man, you told him how many times that your name is MC Toon. And he's like, well, how fast is it? Like, like miles per hour. It's like, no, it's 15 degrees per hour. Guess what? Objects can be a different size and still rotate at the same amount of degrees per hour. You would never measure it just in that because it wouldn't give you a proper answer. And he didn't understand that.
Yeah, well, I think he didn't want to, because it goes against their narrative to. Because here's the deal: if once you're kind of on the other side and you're making content like they are, they have to say things that are, big and sound crazy, like 1,000 miles an hour. That's faster than the speed of sound.
Yeah.
And going, like I was saying on Robotham, going on the ignorance of the audience that they don't understand frames of reference. And of course, none of them understand frames of reference, right?
Well,
and
no,
so
and
they're propagating it.
Yeah, well, I always find it funny how, like, when we use like a simple way to describe it is saying if you're in a car or a plane or a train, and a lot of them don't seem to understand that, and they'll be like, well, how can you always say this? And if I'm in a car, I know I'm moving. It's like, yeah, but not in the way you think. We're using that as a frame of reference to say if I'm in a car and I throw, let's say I have a loonie in my hand. Yeah, I said loonie, what of it? I have a loonie in my hand, I throw it up, and it comes back down. It's because I'm just throwing it straight up. It's going the same speed as me, just like on the surface of the Earth.
Yeah,
and they don't seem to understand that.
Let me translate. Loony is Canadian for money.
Yeah, just money in general. It's funny. But yeah, and that's what they don't seem to fully understand. It's like, we're giving you these examples, like, and they're very simple examples for a reason. If you can't understand that, then there is no way you can understand any of this much more complicated stuff.
Yeah, they want to debunk everything, and then I ask them all the time on Facebook, because on Facebook they all love the AE map. A lot of the ones on YouTube they don't, because they know, because as soon as you test it, it fails. So I ask them on Facebook. I'm like, well, could you just they don't know me. I'm like, yeah, could you just go to Sydney, Australia, put the sun where it's going to be at sunrise on the day of the December solstice, and what's the angle? And they have no idea. They don't even answer. Wait, if you if you punch Christ in Canada, does he have to apologize?
I was just reading that. I was going to say that too. He does, actually. And not only does he apologize, but he also tells you what a great punter you are. It's quite amazing.
Oh, that's super nice. So don't give away anything you don't want. But what part of Canada are you willing to say you're from?
Oh, I'm from Winnipeg, Manitoba.
Winnipeg, okay.
Southern Manitoba.
Which is, let's see.
Believe me, where I live, there are like 10 other people here. They will never find me. I don't care.
Okay. I've been to Banff twice.
Okay.
I drove there. I rode. I didn't drive. That was a long drive. No fun. The flight, though, I went to Alaska this summer. That was much nicer than driving the whole way.
Yeah, well, I'm plus on top of that too, because you live in the States, and I've never really driven a lot of highways in the States, but from what I've heard, is you guys have a lot better highways than we do.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, like I mean, if you look at our super main highways, like Highway 1, that one's usually upkept very well. It's divided, but a lot of the smaller like provincial highways, they're garbage. They're bad.
Yeah. Hey, Blair. Let's see, Blair Sadowitz, if I get that right there. He had a good thing. He said, scroll up a little bit here too. He likes to ask the flat earthers. Where'd it go? About, hey everyone, darn it. Anyway, he said, how do we keep, there it is. I keep asking them how we keep our balance without gravity because we have accelerometers in our inner ears. How does that work with buoyancy and density? What do you think?
Well, given that I'm not an expert, I can't give a proper answer, but I could say there's definitely something in us that lets us know that we're standing up or lying down, right? I mean, and there has to be something there that's causing that.
Yep. Well, it's, yeah, and I'm not a biology expert myself, but yeah, there's something that gravity needs to help point down. Yeah, buoyancy and density fails as soon as you put it into a sealed container. So Sleeping Warrior doesn't quite work out. When you look at things like pressure... Hold on, I'm getting sick now.
I'm just going to turn my laptop around here because that light just always gets right in the way.
Okay.
Hi.
It's a little better. So, density differentials doesn't do it. Some have claimed that it's pressure, because there's high pressure down low and less pressure up high. Of course, they don't have an explanation for why it's like that. But that wouldn't work because as soon as you put it into a sealed vessel, gravity still works. You still go down, or whatever makes it go down still makes it go down. Electric doesn't work because as soon as you put inside of a Faraday cage, you don't get zero gravity. And none of it works because also when you're looking at electricity, the charge starts with the surface, not with the center of the mass. It starts at the surface and goes up. So if you're 10 inches above the ground and you double to 20 inches above the ground, the inverse square law will say that you're going to have half the downward pull. We don't measure that. I don't know what other ones. The only one that actually, there's only two that actually kind of actually try. The one from the Flat Earth Society that all the YouTubers hate is upward acceleration, where it's a, so you got a flat plane here, right? And,
yeah, we're just constantly
accelerating up constantly. And some people, they initially say, well, wouldn't we get to the speed of light? But actually, no, with relativity, we wouldn't. The acceleration continues and we just get heavier, and the actual change in speed reduces as we get closer to the speed of light. So it actually works. But what doesn't work is there's differences in the gravity all over the place, right? All over the Earth, there's different spots of different gravity that actually matches the elevation from the center of the Earth and the lateral speed.
Yeah, well, that's the best because, yeah, like, as we all know, if you and a lot of people, like Wolfie has done this. I'm not sure if he's done that with the or no, I think he did with both. With the, and I'm probably butchering the name here, but the Oedipus effect, or however it's pronounced. He did it with that, and with getting closer and further away from the equator. And both, they matched exactly what you would expect with a rotating globe.
Yep.
And on top of that, I did watch a documentary a while ago with some people, And they went to different parts of the Earth where there were different elevations, and they had a different amount of land mass beneath them. And same thing, just depending on what was beneath them, the weight of an object that or a weight that they weighed did change, obviously by a tiny amount, but still with what you would predict with what we know about just gravity.
Exactly. Well, and we have a lot more than just that. Let me see here. They've been documenting since 1971. There it is. The value of gravity all over the place.
Well, yeah, I mean the whole planet's mapped out now by now, isn't it?
Yep. And let me find it. The internet, yeah, IGS. Oh darn it, I lost it. IGSN. Yep. International Gravity Standards Network from 1971. And they so what they did is because it's difficult to get accurate calibration, they got together and created a calibration system.
Mm-hmm.
And there it is. Copy. And I'm gonna put it up on the screen here. There is a bunch of data. There's more than that, but a bunch of data from the International Gravity Standards Network. Are you typing? It's a little loud. Sorry. Yeah, it's a little loud. It's okay. So here I put it in. So here's the cool thing. These are all measurements, and they're all over the world. Some are specialized, or not specialized, localized to some area. Like there's one here near the bottom that says Egypt. I pulled one that was just for Minnesota, and pulled up some that were kind of like, I thought maybe I could, yeah. There's a guy who's influential in gravity, whose name is Bougeguer. So I don't know how to say that other than booger. So the Minnesota Booger Anomaly Grid, and then the Minnesota Gravity Station Grid. So I downloaded that data. I downloaded a bunch of the other data. One very large set that was all over the Earth, including on the surface of the ocean, down on the bottom of the ocean. John Watson, there you go. On the surface of the dirt under the ocean, and got a gravity measurement there. They did it off of the coast of South Africa on the floor of the ocean. They did it all over the place, and thousands and thousands, and they repeated the same measurements year after year after year with these gravimeters that have 9 digits of precision. And the cool thing is, and I plotted this out as part of a challenge I'm working on, and I kind of had stalled on it, where I put them into a spreadsheet, and I actually did the math and put in the measured value and put in the predicted value, and they're within a very tiny percentage of each other. There are other anomalies other than just elevation and lateral speed. But that gets you, like, that's very minor comparatively. So anyway. So
either way, it's still really interesting, right? Because they're just like, and again, there's a lot that I don't know. Like, you definitely know way more than I do. But it's just kind of cool learning about these things and just realizing how it all adds up to one, like, logically consistent answer that just makes sense. Whereas they have to pull stuff out of their rear ends to try and, like, and they have to fudge numbers, and they have to just, well, yeah, like, just literally make stuff up, right?
It's just invented garbage. It's ad hoc explanations, simple things that they struggle to answer, like, why do things get obscured from the bottom up? They just make up a garbage answer that's not true, and it's not seen anywhere else, but
yeah,
gullible people fall for it. But how are you going to fudge that the map doesn't work? Oh, we don't need a
Well,
map.
on that. Well, no, they don't need a model in like at all. Now I've talked to a couple of them, and like honestly, they could be posed, they could be trolls, or they could just be legitimately that stupid. I don't know. But one time, me and another guy in here were arguing with a flat earther in the comments section of, I forget the video, but it was talking about a model, and he kept on saying, well, yeah, but if you were to make a model, because I guess when they hear the word model, they think of like model car,
Yeah,
not
like an
like
actual
something
physical.
that explains. Yeah, and he's like, what would you do on the surface of the Earth? I'm like, well, see, you're kind of building like a straw man or something of the sort right now, because what I'm going to say is, if it's on the surface of the Earth, yes, it would be something flat because that's how the water wouldn't fall off, because we're on the surface of the Earth. But if I were to do it with no outside influence of any sort, it's going to be a ball, and it's going to be what we see and what we observe. And like, again, for the sake of my sanity, I'm hoping that it was a troll or a hoe, but they just didn't seem to grasp that concept.
Yeah, it's hard to tell who's real and who's not.
Yeah, on especially this day. Like,
have you seen John Dyslexic Juicy Pants?
oh yes, him and his many accounts. Oh my good lord.
I like he keeps changing his name because, you know, like conspiracy cats started calling him Juicy Pants, and it was Dylexic, Dylexit, I don't know. For anyway, no, I don't know. Dyslexic is good enough. So let's see. John Watson is asking if you can join. Yeah, let's. Are you on? Are you on Discord? And we're not on Discord. We're on Hangouts, and I can add you to the Hangouts.
But yeah, I was gonna say though, with the whole John Emma, however many names that he's had. Yeah, John Emma Juicy Pants, as Conspiracy Cat says. But I just love that one, the one comments video that Conspiracy Cats had, where he had them on like 4 or 5 different comments, and just how bad the spelling was, and just the grammar and punctuation. And the thing is, I've seen him in chats and comments before, and that's how he always types. And it's like, I understand if English isn't your first language, but at what point has anyone ever put a random / in the middle of a word before? It's like,
yeah. So that guy, I don't know if he's real, because he never answers. He always comes in, posts one thing, and leaves. So you know, it's a pigeon chess style, you know.
Yeah. Oh, I like that, man. Devil. My name is Dread.
So I'm working on so since Team Skeptic and I beat Team UK in Simon Dan's challenge, the quiz, we get to take over both Fight the Flat Earths and Conspiracy Cats channel, and we already did Fight the Flat Earth when we renamed it to FTFE. But
I remember that one.
I need to do I'm going to do a video in Conspiracy Cat style with guests. So my name is Dread. So Marvel Girl's going to bed. Good night, Marvel Girl.
Good night, Marvel Girl. I'm not going to call you the name that you don't like. I'm just going to say good night at Marvel Girl.
So anyway, I got a bunch of clips together and some new ones. So I got to work on that. I have the script mostly written. There you go. Heat shield. John Dyslexic Juicy Pants. So I think he's a Poe. I do, because he's so. Yeah, how do you spell that badly? Like, you have to try.
Yeah. I mean, like. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, yeah, for the sake of my own sanity, I sincerely hope that he's a Poe or like a troll, because yeah, that's just over the top. Like, it's one thing to just, just not use capitals properly because you don't really care, or just to not put punctuation in because, again, you're just writing a comment, you don't really care that much. But just to be so ridiculously wrong with every single thing you say, and to spell it incorrectly as well, and to use incorrect punctuation for every single word, it's like, come on.
Yep. So we've got John Watson here, and then in chat, Arave Enlay says flat. That is yellow, or lemon bird, not yellow bird. Hey, so a question to you, Lemon Bird. Do you think John Dyslexic Juicy Pants is for real or not? You think about that while we say hello to John, who has a black screen.
It is pitch black where I am.
Yep.
But hello anyway.
Hello.
Hello.
It's Christ Puncher's wearing a shirt there. Let's see that shirt. Show that off.
Yeah.
There
It's
you
my favorite
go.
shirt right now.
Baby Metal is an awesome band.
Thank you. I'm actually
Absolutely.
seeing them September 21st.
Really?
That's when I'll be close to your neck of the woods.
Oh, where are they?
They're in Minneapolis.
Oh man. If I'm not traveling, I'm gonna try to get to that
Oh,
show.
do it. I got my tickets for 60 some bucks a pop.
Ooh.
Canadian, so it'd be like $10 for you
Yeah,
probably.
Where are they?
At the Myth, I believe.
The Myth. Oh, that's the best place to see a show around here. Anybody else been to the Myth? It's the best.
I
love
haven't
it.
yet. Actually,
I
like I said, it's funny because I'm
Myth.
29, and this will be I think the second time in my life that I've been to the States, and I live a 2-hour drive away.
Oh man. Yeah, there it is. $49 US. Oh,
Yeah,
that's a
and
lot.
that's why I love the bands that are less popular because you can always get floor tickets and they're really cheap. Like when I saw Metallica at the MTS Center here last September, I was in the nosebleeds and each ticket cost me $140.
Oof. Yeah. I've seen Megadeth. Or sorry, I saw Metallica once in Minneapolis here, and I've seen Megadeth probably 10 times. I love them.
Yeah, I've seen Megadeth up here, I think 3 times. One time actually was when they came here with Slayer. Ooh, pardon me. It was their first show together, like for the tour, like with both of them in like I forget, like 15, 20 years or something. And they happened to come here on my birthday, so I was like,
Oh, happy
yeah,
birthday.
it's
Was
pretty
that
cool.
when Testament was opening for them? I saw
No,
that
I think
tour.
that. Oh, nice. No, I remember that one, but that one is more recent because this one was 2009. That was my 19th birthday, so that was 10 years ago.
Okay. All right. So Lemon Bird is John Dyslexic Juicy Pants a real flat earther or a fake one? Atheist Rex says no true flurper fantasy. Lemon Birds says he must be faux real if he flat. Yeah, but where I'm asking, I don't know if he's serious or not, because he spells terribly. He puts in ridiculous things. He never follows up on his stuff. He just says, "You love proving how much you lie," and then he never comes back.
Does he
Well,
use
that's
his
what he
space
does.
pump?
Like I've seen him come in and spam the chats before on random premieres and live streams and all that. But yeah, he never really says anything. He just talks about God and the Earth being flat with no evidence to back any of what he says up.
Yeah.
Then he's just kind of gone.
Hold
Does
on
he-
a
does
second.
he
We have
use
to
a,
we have to back up here for a second. Quit effing asking me to change my name. Said he saw Megadeth in 2000 and they were absolutely terrible.
Well, what was their lineup at the time?
Yes. Hold on. It was bad days for Megadeth. It was bad days. They kind of in 2000, 2001, he hurt his hand. He quit. He had to relearn how to play. Erase that from your memory. It doesn't exist. It never happened. All right. Continue, John. Sorry.
No, we're just wondering if this guy, if he's a genuine flirt, does he punctuate with a space comma?
It's worse than that.
Yeah,
Oh.
a space comma would be like give him a PhD if he gets a space comma kind of thing. Like,
Oh, yeah. I just thought I would join in
Well,
and
here.
say hello.
well, hello to you as well. What I will do though is I'll find that video of conspiracy cats. I'll pop the link in the
Okay.
chat there, and you can see all the things that he says, that he points out, and you'll be like, wow, this is absolutely ridiculous.
It's a new level.
And it's great too hearing it in Katz's voice, right? So
Yeah.
it's win-win.
All right. Well, in the meantime, we do have Gary Wabenga, who likes to show up, and looks like he's here, and he says horizons prove the flat Earth, which of course they don't. So Gary Wabenga, of course, in order to do that, you would need to also say, well, what would we expect to see if the Earth were flat, and what would we expect to see if the Earth were a sphere, and which one matches observations? And you haven't actually done that very well. So
Okay, so whoever's curious, I just threw the link in the chat there. That's
All right.
a great video.
I will. Maybe we can play that. I'll find it. Cue Rory's Horizon-O-Matic pictures. Yes, hold on a second. That didn't. Oh, the dots didn't. Hold on. Oh my goodness. I did it all wrong.
Horizons are just an optical limit over a flat surface. No, you see, Gary, you're gonna have to explain why things disappear bottom up and why they can go way past the horizon and we can still see them. Just they're obscured from the bottom up, depending on how tall they are. If that's the best you got.
Well, that's
Yeah.
all he says ever. It's
That's what they all say. They have nothing.
yep.
You know what? What's a really easy thing to do is a basic water level experiment. So like a flexible, transparent piece of tubing with some water in it. You can take it anywhere, and go up a mountain, and as a horizontal reference point, and you can see that the surprise, the horizon does not actually rise to eye level.
Well, and the funny
Anyone
thing is,
can do it.
yeah, and I've seen a bunch of those, just pictures and all that. I know Bob, the science guy, has shown that one picture a lot, where there's the two tubes that kind of go like that and then like that, and there's water in each of the the vertical tubes. And if you look at it from eye level, you can see that it's clearly below eye level. But I honestly think that flat earthers think that eye level means the horizon.
Yeah, they just say that.
They'll always find that point where the camera happens to be pointed down a little bit, where the horizon is basically the center of the frame, and they say, look, that's eye level. It's like, well, you guys gotta kind of show how that's eye level, because I can point a camera anywhere and I can claim anything's eye level by that logic. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, here is here's the video that is the Malibu. I don't know if you can't quite see what I'm doing here, but I can share my screen. But everybody else can see it other than you two. So
Oh, I can see it. I have the YouTube link,
yeah.
or the YouTube tab open right now.
So there you go. Malibu, 1,200 feet. It doesn't rise to eye level. Gary, how does that work? Oh, Lemon Bird wants to join in debate. Oh, Lemon
So that
Bird.
would be.
All right, we gotta respect though. If there's 3 of us and 1 of him, that's gets to be a bit much. So like, all right,
I could
Well,
pretend
I'll keep my
to
mouth
make it.
shut.
you want to pretend and be on his side. All right, Lemon Bird, did you rename yourself like everybody else did on the 24/7 server because of the whatever happened there?
Oh, okay, so Lemon Bird is Orave Enley. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Yeah. I'm looking for him in my preview. Lemon Bird, if you could message me and then I can find you easier. But I'm looking. Oh yeah, and on Discord, he's not Lemon Bird or Oral Envave, whatever. He's Discord on Discord.
He's
Spelled
Discord
a
on
little bit
Discord.
different. So that, dude, it's a little tough to keep track of you. Whatever. Looking. There he is. There, sent. Yeah, if eye level is eye level, then man, if you lay on your back, where's the horizon?
Well, yeah, by that logic, eye level's 90 degrees away from the surface of the Earth.
Zenith, I suppose.
Exactly.
Yeah, zenith. We say zenith. John? Where are you from?
I'm from Scotland.
Scotland. Excellent.
Yeah. I'm on the border of the Highlands just now.
There can be only one.
Island Mort.
Here's another one. This is Bobby Shafto took this one. You can see that it forgot to rise to eye level there.
Yeah, well, see, that's the problem. It's not that it didn't rise to eye level; it just forgot to at that point.
It forgot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or as we went over before, with a high quality instrument here. Now, Lemon Bird is the one that said that made the claim of collimation errors, which this deals with directly. So maybe we can ask him about it.
Hello.
Oh, good day, Lemon Bird.
Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you.
Let's see. So it's just the image of the bird with the lemon in it. So I'll just keep Christ Puncher on there. So, oh, how you been, man?
Been good. Long time no see.
Yeah, keeping it flat.
Trying to.
Good.
Fantastic.
Atheist Rex says Lemon Bird sounds like a drunken housewife. I'm sorry. He doesn't mean that, Lemon Bird.
Hey, I will only be disrespectful in the chats. I won't be disrespectful when talking to someone on the link. So you're not gonna get that from me, unless you're RV or something.
RV,
but
yeah.
You're not.
That makes people cheeky. But remember, the internet's forever.
The internet's
all cataloged by the NSA in Utah.
Yeah, they don't have enough hard drives. But there you go. Look at this theodolite picture here. Let me change this so you can see a little better.
Looks like you can see the lens adding fake curvature.
Yep, there is some barrel distortion to that, but not in the center.
Right now, we're not discussing the curvature. We're discussing where the horizon is.
It's the horizon drop.
Horizon is the convergence of the light rays coming from the sky and or ground at around the limit of angular resolution of 0.02 degrees. It is not a physical phenomenon. It is just a convergence of the light rays coming from the two zones, giving you a horizon line.
Lemon Bird, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
What is the limit of angular resolution for the human eye?
Roughly 0.02, but it varies based off of how wide your eye opens, how good your vision is, the thickness of the atmosphere, how the light rays are traveling, atmospheric conditions, generally 0.02. But theoretically, based on the Rayleigh criteria, it should be like 0.00086 or something like that, based off of, regular wavelengths of light, like, with an average wavelength of like 10 nanometers or whatever. What's his name went over it in his video. Life is Short went over it in a 3-hour video. How to see how things are seen over a flat plane with the Rayleigh criteria and all that.
Well, can I ask you this though? Sorry, go ahead, John.
Hello.
What units are you talking?
Oh, sorry. No, I was just gonna say, and that's all fine and dandy. I have to quickly check to see what 0.002 of a degree is, because I always just think of it in arc minutes and arc seconds. But no, the resolution's on average an arc minute. Other than that, it gets to the point where you can still see it, but you can't resolve it. But if you were to look at something like, say, a boat or a tall building past the horizon, why is it that its angular size is big enough where you can still make it out? However, it's clearly cut off at the bottom at that horizon line.
Well, as something gets further away from you, it's going to vanish down towards your eye line. Now, you want to get a true vanishing point on an object, but that's only going to happen when an equal amount is taken from the top and bottom of the object as it gets away from you, where it shrinks evenly down to a speck, basically. But you can only expect that if it's evenly covered in your visual field. And with, say, a 100-foot building, that point is only going to be reached if you're able to somehow levitate up into the air and have your eye line pierce the object and cut it in half, with your eye line and the midpoint of the object matching in elevation. So basically, you'd have half of the object above your eye line and half of the object below your eye line. For a 100-foot building, that's going to be 50 feet above your eye line, 50 feet below. And so as it goes away from you and disappears, it's going to disappear roughly thus: 50, 40, 30, 20, 10, 0. Now, let's get back down to the flat plane. Let's get back on the ground. On the ground, you have a flat plane beneath your feet about 6 feet from your eye line down. So you can only expect even disappearance 6 feet from your eye line up and 6 feet from your eye line down for even disappearance. After that, you have 6 plus 6, 12, minus from 100,
right,
100 minus 12.
Hold on.
That is going to set into that point.
Hold on.
Just a second. You've made a bunch of claims there that has that I'm going to ask for citations, all right?
I tried to work out something mathematically and logically. Do you expect an even part to disappear from the top and the bottom in your visual field or not?
I expect nothing to
you can work out these principles.
Oh, I would expect it to shrink in uniform, symmetrically on every single side. It would only be obscured if something was in the way.
But you cannot expect that with two eyes that are distributed laterally across your head. Your brain would have to take the information from two eyes distributed laterally and try to make an even image. That would tend to make a rectangle.
How come if I close one eye, I still see the exact same thing?
It's still interpreted by your brain. If opening one eye and the
two eyes.
But your brain still has to interpret it evenly and in a consistent way. Otherwise, when you blink one eye and the other, or one eye gets covered over the other, you'd have very weird things happening with the perspective and the way that you'd view the world. It's still the same brain interpreting it.
Lemmenberg, you must surely be aware that pretty much everything that you've just said is not in accordance to the currently accepted law of perspective and the science of optics.
What's wrong with the logic? The logic is if you're too close to the flat plane, stuff is going to tend to set if it is too tall. And I showed you that mathematically by showing that if you're 6 feet off the flat plane, you can only expect even disappearance 6 feet above your eye line and 6 feet below, since you're 6 foot off the flat plane, with the rest of the 80-foot object that is left from 100 feet setting into that setting line. That would be expected.
What you did was you dictated your belief. You didn't show anything.
I tried to appeal to your logic, but you're not willing to follow the logic. So at that point, we can't discuss anything. I guess it's easier if I map it out with a drawing, but I don't have any drawings on me. So
I don't think a drawing would do it. You're describing physical phenomenon that doesn't exist.
Yeah. I'm describing how stuff disappears bottom first over a flat plane. You can look over a table and see the same phenomenon happen as the object goes further over the flat plane. It appears to set bottom first over a table. You can see it at the end of the table.
Can I ask you this then? So what you're saying is, if I were to see something be obscured from the bottom up, as it's going, in your case, past the vanishing point, are you saying it's always going to happen from the bottom up with our eyes?
If you're too close to the flat plane and something sticking up out of the flat plane, yes. It will set into that horizon line.
So if I do a handstand, then will it disappear from the top to the bottom?
You still have the flat plane in your way. It's just, with you being upside down, it's going to be based off your elevation off the flat plane. You're just going to see it, you're just going to be upside down. But the same thing will apply. I guess if you're looking to know that way, it's going to appear to you that it's vanishing top down, but it's the same phenomenon. It's just that you flipped.
So my brain is completely reinterpreting the information that my eyes are giving it then, somehow.
Well, the elevation off the flat plane is going to limit how it's treated in your visual field. If you're only 6 feet off the flat plane, you only have 6 feet to work with, so it's going to vanish differently.
And the point is, vanishes differently. Why?
But hold on a second. just wait. If you're 50 feet up, and that building's 100 feet tall, it still disappears bottom first.
And the top part disappears top down. It vanishes down to a speck, though, or tends to vanish down to a speck.
I'm going to need evidence for that claim there.
Field. Why would you expect it to do anything else?
I completely expect it to shrink uniformly in angular size.
Yeah, vanish evenly top to bottom, vanish evenly top to bottom. It would not vanish evenly from all sides because your visual field tends to be more of a rectangle. It's not a perfect square or a perfect circle. It's a bit more, you get more length than you do in the forward direction, X, Y, up, down, on the Y-axis, you cover less than on the X-axis.
Sounds a bit like you're pulling this out of your rear end.
No, you can see it with a ruler. If you hold a ruler in front of your face off of your nose, it'll go forward in the forward direction like a foot. But if you take that same ruler and at the 12 foot from your nose, take that ruler and turn it side to side, you can all of a sudden see up to 3 times in your visual field. So that's right there, same distance of 12 feet. You have that ruler turned side to side, and it can cover 2 to 3 feet in your visual field, observable and repeatable.
Right. Just to put you in the picture, Lemon-Bird, I'm a very keen astronomer. And I really do know optics and angular resolution inside out. And I can tell you categorically that you're talking nonsense.
About what?
Everything that you said.
Why don't you pick one and be specific?
Well, I don't really need to be specific. Everything that you said is nonsense.
Then we have nothing to talk about.
Yeah, well, I don't know what you're... I mean, I really don't know what else to say to you.
Actually, can I ask you something, Lemon-Bird? Sorry?
Yes.
Okay, so one thing I've always heard from a lot of flat earthers is like what I've always been curious about is how come, like, I mean, I live in the city, so I can't look at the horizon and see anything because I have houses and my fence and buildings and what have you in the way of the horizon and the sky. But if I was to say be out in the middle of nowhere or at a large body of water where there's nothing to obstruct my view to the horizon, how come I can see stars along the horizon, but I can't see, like, Paris from Canada?
With this, look at the street lamps at the side of the road on a sidewalk. Notice how they tend to converge down toward the horizon, even though you're probably looking at a series of street lamps that are the same elevation. So based off of perspective, stuff is going to tend to approach the horizon if it gets far enough, and the rate is going to change based off of its size and how close you are to the object. Basically, depending on how far the stars are, how close they are, they're going to converge differently. Based off of a decent triangulation with 2 observers viewing the star at the same time, you get a much smaller body. Sometimes the star is too small to even land on, as we read in the book Kings Dethroned, and you see a star that's at best 15 to 20,000 miles away. So I guess if you get far enough away over the flat plane, with you being so close to the flat plane, it's going to approach the horizon, unless you can somehow levitate up in the air 15, 20,000 miles up, or however high up the stars are, but they're close and local.
Okay, well, no, I'm sorry. I think you don't understand what I was asking here. I'm lucky we actually have a plate right here. I'm going to ask you again. Hopefully this plate can help illustrate it better. Okay. So if this plate right here is the flat Earth, right? And there's a dome over it like that.
Yes.
If I look at the horizon, I'm looking, like, let's say I'm looking that way, then the horizon would be over here. So how come I can see stars that, as to what you say, are right here, but I can't see Paris or Europe or like any part of Europe or England or anything, which might be right over here? How come I can see right past them and I can see that, but I can't see this when, like, let's say I'm over here? That's what I'm curious about.
You're too close to the flat plane, so your visual field changes dramatically. You cannot see as far forward in the forward direction because you're too close to the flat plane, and the rays are converging much more quickly at your low eye level. And so you have to raise up in elevation to have enough room for the angles to be widened enough for you to see further. Otherwise, the light rays that are reaching your eye are gonna reach the limit of angular resolution, 0.02 degrees, which is about an arc minute, because an arc minute is like 1/60th of a degree. And 1 divided by 50 at the very least is like 0.02, like 2 times 50 gives you 100. So it's like 0.02-ish. But since it's 1 out of 60, it's going to be less than that. So maybe 0.018 or something like that, give or take. But it's basically 0.02.
Okay, so in that case, then what you're saying is that if I raise an elevation, I can now see further away if I'm looking at the same point. That's what you're basically saying, right?
Yes, you have wider angles that are reaching your eye. Keep in mind that in the current theory, you need to have at least 2 light rays coming off the object to be refocused on your lens. If you look at those lens focusing diagrams, those 2 rays that are coming off the object at the very least need to be refocused on the back of your eye. Now, if those rays get really, really close with greater and greater distance, those 2 rays will get so close together at the limit of angular resolution, for all intents and purposes, your brain is going to treat them as 1 ray. And so you're going to see a line or you're going to see a point. You're no longer going to see a 2D object with 2 rays. You're going to see a point or a line. And that's going to be around
2 light rays.
Can I jump in for a second?
Yeah, can I say one thing? Then it's all you guys.
Yes.
So one more question, sorry. So you're saying if I get further up, I can see that same object from a lower point. I can see it when I get further up, even if I'm when in theory I'm farther away. Because again, I'm going to use the plate here. That's the flat Earth. Right? Mm-hmm. And so if I'm right here, that's my elevation, and I can see over to here, that's X amount of kilometers, right? But now if I'm over here, but I raise an elevation, now I'm looking farther away to see that same object. So why can I all of a sudden see it now when I'm there, but not there when I'm closer?
With the firmament about 70 miles up, you're only going to get so high, and if the flat, flat plane is about 20,000 miles in diameter, according to nautical sailing accounts that say it took, upwards of 40 to 60,000 miles to circumnavigate the Antarctic ring or whatever.
Hold on, stop.
You're not going to get high enough to see over the whole thing. You're only going to get about 70 miles up, so you're only going to be able to see so far.
Lemonbird, hold on.
Stop.
Guys,
stop.
Go
when
ahead.
It comes to the whole, hi MC Toon, first time being on.
Hey.
Finally get to hear my voice. Hey, first off, when it comes, I got a couple of things here. First off, on the Antarctic thing, when you're talking about James Cook, you're talking about how long it took to go around. That's his entire voyage, not the route around Antarctica. You're calculating the entire route when he was going up by Hawaii, the Fiji Islands, the Marianas, Tok, all those places. So you need to kind of check your math and actually figure out. Hold on, I'm not done yet. You need to kind of check your math when we're talking about the actual circumnavigation, not the entire voyage, which is what you said. Second, does the horizon rise to eye level on a flat plane?
Generally, yes.
What do you mean generally?
Barring atmospherics, I mean, you're seeing through a greater column of air as you see further. So that's going to make the light, go through a thicker medium. It may refract and bend differently, but in general, it rises toward eye level. Yes.
Okay. So you gave yourself a goalpost shift in case something else happens. Okay. If I'm at 800, hold on. If I'm at 875 feet ASL, looking at mountains that are 78 miles away, that are 3,000 feet ASL, should those mountains be center frame, below center frame, or above frame of a level camera?
Ideally, without any weird refractive effects, if something is below your eye line, it tends to converge up toward your eye line. If something is above your eye line, it tends to converge downward. Your eye line basically gives you a halfway point to show you what is above your elevation and or below your elevation.
That literally did not answer the question. I am at 875. I'm at 875 feet ASL, looking at mountains that are 78 miles away. That are 3,000. That are 3,000 feet ASL.
Okay, so they're higher than you, therefore
those
towards your eye line.
So they will be okay. MC Toon, do you have that folder where it shows the crosshairs of the picture from the drone?
I do.
Ideally, that would happen if there's no weird atmospheric refraction or anything like that. No weird focusing of the camera or no weird effects.
I'm waiting for MC.
All right, hold on. I got.
I'm waiting for MC Toon to pull up.
I don't have those. Hold on. That specific one you did send to me. So let me give me a second here.
No, that's not. That's the Pleiades. That's not that one. It's the one that has the writing on it with the crosshairs.
Yep. All right. You tweeted it at me, so I gotta go find it.
But generally, over a flat plane,
while you're talking about angular resolution, so a cargo ship disappears from bottom up, right? Because of angular resolution.
Yes.
Okay.
And keep in mind that how come
hold on. Then how come you can see a cargo ship past that? But I'm not talking about the cargo ship. I am talking about the lights on the mast, the navigation lights. They're little itty bitty. They're light bulbs. How come a light bulb that is magnitude sizes smaller than a ship not disappear before the big ship disappears? Yet the light bulb is farther away.
You count angles from your eye line up and or down. So if anything is 0.02 degrees from your eye line up and or down, it's going to start to converge at the limit of angular resolution at the horizon. So when you're drawing angle packets, your vision is divided into...
Angular resolution only means that angular resolution is only talking about when two objects basically look like they're one.
With the rays coming from the sky and or the ground, that is basically the horizon line. The rays coming from the sky and ground.
You said the angular size is what causes things to disappear. So a much smaller magnitude size is smaller. A light bulb on a mast should disappear magnitudes before the bottom of the ship.
Things are your angles are on your
also while we're talking about ships, I'm not talking about little boats and little things like that. Hold on, I'm gonna get to that picture in a second. While we're talking about cargo ships, not little boats, because that's what surfers like to use. When I'm talking about cargo ships, how come when a cargo ship is its upper deck is about to disappear over the horizon, how come you can see on top of the deck, the main deck? If the ship is physically higher than the camera, then how come the camera can see on top of the main deck of a cargo ship that's about to disappear?
Yeah, things are converging at your eye line, so it appears that you draw the angles from your eye line up and or down. Your vision is evenly divided into angle packets and angle sections. If you hold out your hands like a V to make an angle packet, to basically make an angle like a V angle, hold your hands out like a V, you'll see the angle packet that you divide your vision into evenly. Yeah. Now, if you raise that angle packet up toward the sky, notice how that angle packet, that same angle packet, has a greater section of the sky, because your angle packet is now reaching up at an oblique angle and basically dividing a greater section
word salad.
Visual screen that you're seeing.
Yellowbird, you're stuck on your record. Your record's stuck in the groove.
When that angle packet towards your eye level approaches 0.02 degrees or lower, you're going to approach the horizon line. Now, that bulb that you're talking about is probably in a higher angle packet and still in an angle packet that's greater than 0.02 degrees.
Word salad.
Visually from your eye line. You didn't listen enough to understand, and you're not inquisitive enough to ponder it, or even ask a question to try to understand. So I can't help you.
First off, Lemonberg, you ignored the whole ship question. How come a cargo ship?
Lemonberg, let him ask the question.
No. How the camera is on the beach. The camera is
0.02 degrees.
You cannot. How can a camera look up and over the deck to see the top of the deck? It's like saying that you're down below a hill, and if you have your angle packets, you could basically see over the hill without going any higher.
It's still coming down toward horizon. You're too low to the ground, and the thing is approaching the horizon. That's all. Setting bottom first.
But let's get to this picture right here. Right now, the center of that camera is level. The crosshairs are pointing to eye level of the camera. If MC Toon zooms in to the left on the horizon where the red arrow is pointing, to the left, just keep zooming in. More. I don't know if you can. I'm on a cell, but can anybody see what that's pointing to?
What specifically? I see the arrow. Are you referring to the horizon or a part above the horizon?
No, where the green arrow, because this is taken in Southern California, looking across the Central California Valley. Mm-hmm. This right here was taken just outside of Madera by a place called Hensley Lake. That is looking towards the Coast Range over by Salinas. If you kept going past that, you're basically looking into the Bay Area. Those mountains are 3,000 feet. The drone itself is hovering 1,600 feet AGL above a survey marker of 873 feet ASL. So you combine those two, it gives you how high you're above the sea level. Those mountains at their highest points are 3,000 feet above ASL. The drone perspective would say that those mountains will get smaller as observed. On a flat Earth, because those mountains are physically taller than the drone is, they should be at least around somewhere center frame. If MC Toon zooms out a little bit and goes to the crosshairs, you'll just see how far above center frame the drone is actually looking. So the horizon not only dropped, but that's also a nice sunset with the sun going below eye level. On a flat Earth, those mountains would be center frame, and the sun would never go below eye level because parallel lines do not cross.
Yeah, well, that picture alone is just a big flat Earth killer. It's got a lot to it.
Just kind of give you a heads up. Right now, I'm on a cell phone right now, so some people are kind of roboting for me.
Oh,
all right. So
hi, Avis Rex.
Let's give Lemonbird a chance to respond to that.
This is from a plane?
A drone.
Don't drones sometimes have to tip up to maintain elevation? How can I be sure that this drone is level and flat?
Okay, stop. First off, the drone body could be any angle it wants to be, but when you initiate on a DJI Phantom 4 Pro, the panoramic feature, the very first picture is straight out in front of the camera. The camera is always level unless you physically point it downwards. But when you initiate the panorama feature of a DJI drone, the very first picture snap is directly ahead, then upwards, then downwards, and then it goes to the right, and then until it gets 90 degrees, and it whips around back to the 180, and it starts all over again. Number one picture is always center frame.
Do you have?
But if you don't like that one, but hold on. If you don't like that one, I also have a video on my other channel, which means I have to hang up on this and go give MC Toon my link to the other video, where I have a P900 on a tripod right above the the survey marker, looking across the Central California Valley to the same mountains with a P900. And I show on the video, the camera is level on the tripod, the ball head is level, and it's looking across those same mountains, and I zoom in and zoom out, and the mountains never rise. They always stay where they're at and reference everything else. So I can throw you the drone. I can throw you from the drone from the ground, and I can also throw you a P900, or sorry, a drone from the air at 1,645 feet above where the camera would be, and I can also show you a picture taken from the ground. And they're both got the same effect. The mountains are physically lower than the center frame.
All right, so barring some sort of weird refraction effect or whatever, or the drone not being level, or some sort of mechanical thing where the drone thinks it's level when it's not, I don't know
the body of the drone could be the drone of the body. The body of the drone could be at angle one. The camera itself is on a gimbal.
So
I can have that.
To find a way to make sure that that gimbal is perfectly level. Just saying,
those are ad hoc explanations.
It might not quite be level.
Those are
but I don't know.
Ad hoc, ad hoc, ad hoc, ad hoc.
Reasonable though, reasonable and logical.
No. Now, if you would like, I'm going to hang up on MC Tune. I'm going to hang up on here. I'm going to give you the link to my other video to my other channel, where it's from a P900. Take it from the survey marker, looking directly out, and I show zooming in, zooming out, and looking at the bubble that's attached to the ball head of the camera, looking at the same mountains, and I zoom in and zoom out, and you can also see if the camera itself is level while I'm doing this. So give me a second. I'm going to hang up here in MC2, and I'm going to send you that link via the same one that you gave me for the Hangout.
Okay.
And I'll be right back.
Lemonbird.
Uh-huh.
Are you a fan of science?
We're using science to disprove the curvature of the Earth, so I would have to be a fan of it. Yes.
I mean, do you believe in the scientific method?
We're using the scientific method to disprove the curvature of the Earth, so I would have to say yes.
I mean, I'm not talking about the curvature of the Earth. I'm just trying to gauge how important you think genuine scientific.
You want me to answer
endeavor.
in a propagandistic way or something to make flat earthers look like fundy idiots or something? I answered your question.
So it's just John. That's your name, right? Sorry,
John.
Yeah, sorry. I'm on the YouTube page, not the Hangouts page. So yeah, John. My apologies. I was just gonna ask one thing after guys 2 left there. So Lemonbird, you had an issue with the angle of the camera for this picture, saying that how do we know that's at eye level? But can I ask you this?
Mm-hmm.
Every time I see, and I'm not going to put words in your mouth, this is just a general question. Every time that I see a flat earther talk about eye level, they show a picture of the horizon at the center of the camera frame, and I've never heard any flat earther ever ask that question. How do we know that camera is parallel with the ground?
Well, the reason why they don't ask was that?
I was going to say, how come you asked that for this particular picture, but no one has for any flat earth proof picture?
Well, the reason is because that accords with common sense, and that doesn't war against reason like the heliocentric model, where a ball is being pulled together by gravity, despite the fact that we don't see gravity acting in universal ways. Like me being pulled toward my car.
Okay, I'm back.
That's completely irrelevant, though.
I'm back. Gravity pulled down, and we're asked to put extra assumptions on top of that obvious behavior and assume that it's pulling to the center of a ball, despite the lack of any footage or video camera footage of an object falling to the center of the Earth.
You can stop
so people are just questioning
all right, hold on a second.
Step of the possible falsehood and making sure
hold on
we're
a
not
second.
being.
All right, hold on, guys, you're muted. Hold on a second. I muted the whole thing. Lemonbird, hold on a second. Yeah, so all right. So you guys are muted. I just wanted to break in for a second here, and John Rapp had sent 2. I missed the first one. We'll get back to you in a second, all right? I got to find the there it is. John Rapp, last week you did the same thing. Thank you very much. So here we go. The ocean horizon is only ever at eye level when you are eyeball deep in the water. It only ever rises with the outgoing tides. And then he also said, what the F is an angle packet? Gobbledygook versus basic geometry. I'm flabbergasted. I would like a large fries with 3 angle packets, please. So, all right. Let's let's go to Geistview has he popped out and popped back in to give this video here. So I have the video queued up. So
yeah, there's
you want to
is that the first one or last one?
This is the first one, I think.
Okay. Just go ahead and mute. It's got music. Okay, those are the same mountains. I don't know where you're at. You kind of went way ahead in the video.
Oh,
the beginning or
I jumped way ahead to.
Okay, as far as the eye can see, this right here is taken from. Whoa! Back. There's some info. You can go. Just hit play, or you can hit. As far as the eye can see, blah blah blah. There's going to be some more. You can go past that because it's pretty much going to be talking about it. Data. Okay, we can play this. Okay, that's where the survey marker is. That the camera is going to be above. That's the data for the survey marker. Is location above sea level. All the pertinent stuff. That's where the camera is at on the right, and it's looking to the left, and that's where direction you're looking at. That's the elevation profile. So if you're on a flat plane, that's what it would look like. Some more elevation data, just getting it from different angles and whatnot, showing high points. You can see where the cursor's at, highest points. The length, blah, 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 blah. Okay, stop.
Okay.
Or sorry, pause. Anyways, on a flat plane, I guess it's the green. I'm on my cell phone, so I really can't see it. But the bottom line would be how you would see if everything was level. The top one is how you would see things on a sphere, because as they go away, they get smaller, which is perspective, but they also get the horizon drops. So if you hit play, what do we see? Now we've got the photos. That's the survey marker. That's the view from the camera.
There's a noise going on in the background.
That's a cow in the background way out there.
Oh.
That's where the camera. I live on a ranch. Oh, here's.
Oh, okay.
That's where the camera. That's the. That last picture was where the camera's at. Underneath the camera is the survey marker. Now you're looking straight out. I put little crosshairs to kind of show you where the mountains are at. There's some more shots. Now you got the video. I zoom in and out, and at the same time, I also show the bubble when it goes into focus. As I'm using my cell phone or the cell here to get the image, and you can see that the camera's level. Zoomed out, and then the camera zooms back in. The mountains never rise; they drop, and all you see is sky, and the camera has not moved past level. And that's the still. You can just pretty much end it right there if you want. You don't have to play the second one.
Okay.
So both from a drone at 1,645 feet above that survey marker, and also from a camera on a tripod 5 feet, give or take, above that survey marker, looking at the same mountains. They both don't rise to eye level. They actually drop, and the horizontal line is above the mountains. So it can't be a camera. It can't be a camera level on the drone problem.
Well, this perspective stuff can get very complicated. Keep in mind that you're using lens telephoto equipment with lenses, and lenses are convex curves, which means that you're going to have collimation eventually, and deceptive curvature and stuff dropping due to collimation error of the lens eventually.
Hold on, stop. Hold on, stop. Do you have any video of a flat earther with their P900 flipping the camera upside down?
No.
Okay, so you can't play the culmination game with a P900.
Well, but do you remember, Lemonbird, when I asked that question earlier about what would happen if you were standing upside down or held up upside down? How come your brain doesn't reinterpret that information the exact same way?
You're upside down. I mean, the convergence rules are still the same. You're just looking at it upside down.
But why would it converge in the middle? Yet, why would that bottom part that we're looking at right now all of a sudden be at the top now if I was upside down?
Because you're upside down.
And everything is still in the same orientation.
Yeah, why?
Because that's how vision works. Is there something that I'm missing here?
Yes, there's a lot that you're missing here, but we're not gonna get on that. I was just curious if you had an answer for that.
But anyway, you can tell that the Earth is not a globe because you get a horizon condition 3 to 6 miles out where there appears to be some sort of horizon on the globe Earth that is blocking your vision. But if you put a marker...
Hold on a second about your horizon. The thing about your horizon problem is I'm looking across the Central California Valley to the other side. I'm looking at lights on top of those mountains. So it's definitely not a convergence problem. I can see little fucking clearance lights for fucking what do you call them? For antennas on top of the mountains, and also for the power lines that go down to Fresno in the Central Valley coming from the coast. So it's not a resolution problem. So
it's probably a collimation problem, and your lens is probably distorting the image somewhat. But anyway, if you put a marker,
you just got all kinds of ad hocs, don't you?
What do you mean, Lemonbird, by a collimation problem? What are you talking about?
My point when you're done. Curved lenses give a deceptive curvature, and the land drops away with greater distance and greater elevation because of the curvature of the lens. Making the light enter your eye differently from straight.
Okay, but how come we always have flat earthers who take P900s and cameras and put them at the horizon and go, oh look, there's a flat horizon. The horizon rises to eye level, but nobody like you goes into those channels and say, hey, you got a culmination error. That horizon should have been dropped by now.
Depends on their elevation. Depends on how they're focusing the camera. There's a lot of factors, but I'm going to finish.
There's not a lot of factors.
I'll finish the point. 3 to 6 miles out.
But the thing is, though, Lemonbird, I am looking across the Central California Valley. The bottom of your plane Earth, if it was an actual plane, not a globe, is below me. There's no atmosphere problem I have to worry about with the ground heating up and have these little waves like going across the boat. I'm basically looking at 2 points across a low point in the ground. So all your excuses about grounds, planes, and elevations and whatnot, I'm looking at 2 different points.
Air up the lens to make sure that it's focusing as straight as possible.
But hold on a second. I have a question. I have a question on that. Do you think?
I'm gonna finish my point. 3 to 6 miles out, you can set a marker. Up in elevation.
Lemonbird.
And you'll see the land drop away if it's a sphere 3 to 6 miles out.
All right. Lemonbird. Oh, he's still going. Hey, you're all muted. I need to get Lemonbird's shot collar. Hold on a second. All right, here goes. Shot collar. All right. All right, Lemonbird. All right, I'm gonna unmute you. Yeah. So hold on a second. You said a while ago, and then all the things you said after that nobody heard because I was asking you to stop. So when I ask you to stop because nobody hears it anyway. You were going on about focus. Do you think that focus changes the relative position of remote objects?
Yes.
Do you have evidence of that?
I've zoomed in with the camera and things have changed the relative position based off the way you focus it.
I said focus.
My own personal experience.
The relative position, right? So if something is below the center of frame and it's out of focus, and then you change the focus, is it then above center of frame?
Depends on how you point the camera.
No. You're not.
If you point it up at an angle, it
you're
probably
not changing the camera.
Will fall away.
Not changing the camera. Just leaving the camera still. Not changing the zoom. Not changing anything but focus. Does focus change the relative position of anything?
If you're pointing it straight?
If something is below the center of frame, does focus move it above center of frame? Or the other way around?
I don't think so. I'd have to say no.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I was going to get on you about that because so focus doesn't change relative position, all right? Does zoom change relative position? Does zoom change relative
about the
position?
shape of the Earth being flat?
What's that?
What's this about the shape of the Earth being flat?
It certainly is because you've made a lot of claims about optics, and so I want to get some things clear about that, okay? So does zoom change the relative position of an object within a picture?
If you're pointing it straight and not at an angle, it shouldn't. I would have to say no.
Okay, thank you. Does a different camera with different optics but in the exact same position change the relative position of something within the picture?
All things being considered equal, I would have to say that would not change anything, no.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let's see, was it John? Why don't you pick up where you left off, and then just make sure you trade back and forth, okay? Oh, wait! Before you do that, Crash's RC Budget Builds and Reviews for $5 says, "Is this an open panel, and why does all this apply to our observations and not the flurfs? Also, can I get blue cheese with Lemon Bird's word salad?" So, all right, John, back to you, John and Lemon Bird. Try to just have a fair exchange. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, Lemon Bird, everything that you said. Do you accept that what you are actually saying is an alternative law of perspective? But it doesn't actually have anything to do with
the same principles. It works off the same principles. So what's different about what I'm saying about the principles?
No, the law of perspective and the science of optics, there is no grey area that you can squeeze into to deliver all this word salad. You're just pulling stuff up your arse.
Well, you need to say what's different about what I'm saying versus the laws of perspective. Otherwise, you're being just as rhetorical.
Right. I mean, I can hardly even decipher any sense out of what you're saying at all.
You have nothing to say about what's different from what I'm saying versus the principles of perspective. So, do you have anything else?
Well, I don't. I can't actually get my head around anything that you're saying, because it doesn't bear any relation to the accepted laws of perspective.
You ask a question. Do you have a question?
Well, I was asking a question before that you didn't really answer, which was what respect do you have for the scientific method and actually, an unbiased, deliberate search for the truth? Do you think that's an important thing?
You have no questions about the shape of the Earth or anything like that?
No, but I would like you to answer that question.
You're going to ask me ad hominem questions about my person. That's ad hominem when you're focusing on me versus the argument.
No, it's not. It's not focusing on you. I want to know what you're.
Not an argumentum ad hominem against the person. How about I dredge up, your details, ask you, how you feel about the scientific method or all this other BS? How would you like it if I made an argument ad hominem against you?
I'd be glad to answer that. If you want.
I'm not interested. I'm just saying that that wastes time in a discussion. I'm not interested. I'm just saying we got to stay focused on the subject at hand.
Right. Okay. Apart from this argument that you brought up about optics and what have you, what is your absolute kind of smoking gun of proof of the flat Earth?
Laser tests and infrared show flat level land. They show no curvature.
Laser tests.
You can see up to 1,000 miles with infrared imaging and cameras, and the land looks flat and level, no curve.
You can see how far with infrared?
Up to 1,000 miles. You can YouTube the videos, 1,000-mile infrared, that sort of thing.
And what's special about infrared, Lemon Bird?
Well, as you already know, the different parts of the spectrum, the different ends of the spectrum, the blue, purple on one side and the red on the other side, kind of behave a little differently with refraction and diffraction. Refraction is basically, how the light changes when it goes through a different medium, like when it goes through glass. And diffraction is how the light spreads as it goes through an opening like your eye. So the blue, purple side of the spectrum toward the higher wavelengths of light refracts a lot, but diffracts very little, while the red is the opposite. It refracts little, but it diffuses a lot. Diffracts very much.
Okay,
and so you can see the spectrum of light.
This is
that your eye normally doesn't pick up.
Can you just stop? I'm very, very familiar with the different refractive indexes of different colors of light, and how infrared can be useful in some circumstances, but it will not allow you to see further than any other light. It will. You might get a slightly clearer image because it's less likely to be scattered than shorter wavelengths like blue, but it's not going to allow you to see 1,000 miles.
Don't they use in astronomy and viewing stars infrared and radio telescopes to see much further, though?
No. The reason why infrared or red infrared, far infrared is used in astronomy is because if you're looking through the Earth's atmosphere, infrared is affected much less by atmospheric disturbance. So you get an image that is not wobbling quite so much. It's not, light isn't scattered as much as blue. You're not going to see any further. Just wait.
You still there?
Just to put it out. Just to put it out, the Jay Tolan pictures have all been debunked already. So just bring it out there.
I was gonna say,
how'd they debunk them? How'd they debunk them?
Oh, for example, with the one with Mount Shasta. Are you using okay? Did you actually plot where that aircraft was and then take a piece of string and then line up all the marks and figure out what mountain he's actually looking at?
No.
Good night,
okay,
guys.
You really should, because it's not pointing at Mount Shasta. But I'm gonna go ahead and mute so he can continue.
Yeah.
But in answer,
go ahead, Lemon.
I was just saying, in answer to your question, I respect science and I respect the scientific method. I was a glober for many years, but I saw that the evidence that's propping up the globe was a little specious. The way that they made gravity based off a theory without really observing it in nature. You don't see things pulling up, down, left, right, at a slant, and all objects observing gravitation. You just see that stuff falls down. But there could be other explanations for that, like the push of the ether, the flow of the ether. Tesla even had a gravimetric ether theory based off of the flow of the ether.
On a sphere, down is to the center, not to the sides.
It's
okay. Well,
sorry, go ahead.
Yes, I was saying. No, you were saying. Sorry.
Are you talking to me?
I was saying that down on a sphere is to the center. You're talking about left, right, this and that. That's a straw man, because we don't say that anywhere. And what gravity should be pulling everything off from the sides. Gravity should be pulling everything to the center of the Earth. Even if you play your buoyancy and density game, it still don't get you a flat Earth, because on buoyancy and density, everything falls downwards, which on a sphere would be to the middle. What you need to do as a flat earther, demonstrate there's an external down to the surface of the Earth where everything's being pulled towards.
Yeah, and what I was going to say, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I just want to say one thing quickly is, gravity doesn't pull down. Like you said, it pulls towards the center. But when you say we have never seen gravity in nature, it's like you can just go look at Jupiter through a telescope. Just go, you don't have to look at something drop to the ground. You can go look at so many things that are a good piece of evidence towards some sort of attractive force. And if you're going to say it's not the mass of that object, you're going to have a lot of explaining to do. Because believe me, I'm sure people much smarter than yourself and myself have thought of that, and it's been proven wrong because it's not right. That's just, I can't say it in any other way. I'm not trying to sound like a jerk or anything. I'm not saying I'm super smart either. I'm just saying, believe me, people have thought of what you have thought of, and it's been disproven. That's why we don't think that. The only thing that's held up is mass attracting mass or warping space-time. Sorry, that's all I had to say. I just wanted to say that. Go right back ahead.
Also, Tesla was a globe earther, and if you actually read his works, he was trying to harness a way to take the energy from the Earth rotating to create that into free energy for everybody. So Tesla understood that the Earth is a sphere, and the sphere rotates.
But at the same time, you have
You need to read his work. You need to read his work before you quote him. Is like I said with Jay Toll Media, you're saying you're seeing 1,000 miles and you're talking about pointing Mount Shasta, but you haven't actually taken that picture and got a map and then take a piece of string and go from one landmark to the next landmark that's in that picture and see which mountain he's pointing at, because it's not Mount Shasta. I'm going to go ahead and mute so somebody else.
Tesla mentions the firmament, and that tends to be a flat Earth concept. And he also accepted the ether. And the ether proves that the Earth is not moving.
You have yet to demonstrate the ether. You have yet to demonstrate the ether. Right now you're putting the cart. Right now you're putting the cart before the horse. You're begging the question.
Michelson demonstrated the ether in 2 experiments: the Michelson-Morley and the Michelson-Gale. The Michelson-Morley proved that the Earth was not moving through the ether. The Michelson-Gale experiment proved that there was a gentle swirl of ether over the unmoving Earth at about 97% of the values that they expected.
All right,
and
hold
it's
on a
backed up
second.
by Dayton Miller's hundreds of experiments that noted.
I'm going to take this one here. All
Go
right.
ahead. Please do. I was just going to say that.
I will just pull up the Michelson-Morley experiment documentation here.
Make sure to pull up the data, because people lie with their words, but the data always betrays the truth.
All right. The Michelson-Morley experiment concluded.
Hey, before you get going into tune, I'm going to go and hang up. It's getting late here. It's dark, and I'm getting eaten up by mosquitoes outside. So thanks for letting me in.
Thanks for coming.
Hi to everybody in the chat, and it's good. I guess you can hear my voice for the first time. I'm always throwing you stuff in the chat. But it was fun. It was fun owning lemming birds, so you all have fun owning them too. Laters.
Yeah, good luck, man. Have a good night.
All right, their conclude. So they were testing not for rotation. They were testing for ether wind, and they concluded that they could not measure any ether, and that was their conclusion. So, and here it is. Here it appears from all that proceeds reasonably certain that if there be any relative motion between the Earth and the ether, it must be small, quite small enough entirely to refute Frenzel's explanation of aberration. So their conclusion was that they could not measure any difference between the speed. Now, if you're going to say the Earth wasn't moving, right, then the only thing you can conclude from that is that the ether wasn't moving either, if there is ether, right? That's all you can say. You can't go there. They proved there was no ether. Or sorry, they proved there was ether. It's if the ether exists and the Earth isn't moving, then it's not moving in relation to the Earth. Okay, so then you go on to Michelson-Gale. I'll pull that up here too. Michelson-Gale here measured using the Sagnac effect the expected rotation of the Earth at latitude 41.46 degrees, I believe. So if you're going to say Michelson-Morley identified something with ether, then what they identified was that it's not moving. And then you go to Michelson-Gale and they identified that the ether was moving. Which is it? You don't get both.
They abolished the ether in Michelson-Morley because they didn't measure a motion of the Earth through it. They got a null speed for the Earth's motion through the ether. So they had to abolish the ether and say it was back in space.
Are other people hearing?
To salvage Copernicanism.
Are you in the chat? Are you able to hear Lemon Bird? Because I hear nothing right now.
Hello?
I can hear Lemon Bird. Plus when he speaks, I can see the DOS go up on his little avatar.
All right, you guys are talking without me. Just a second.
On there, so.
Hello?
I can hear you. Yeah, Matt over at says.
Well,
you can hear him. So there it is. My Bluetooth went. For some reason, it dropped. All right, I'm back.
Well, British.
So hold on. Whatever you said, I didn't hear after I asked. Michelson-Morley identified if there was ether, it wasn't moving, and Michelson-Gale identified movement. So I didn't hear your response after that.
Michelson-Morley showed that the Earth was not moving through the ether because they couldn't clock a speed of the Earth through the ether. Michelson-Gale got the movement of the ether gently swirling over the unmoving Earth at 97% of the values that they expected it to calculate with an ether drift. And Dayton Miller backed up those observations with hundreds of experiments that noted a consistent ether drift. Now, with their words, they'll lie and say that there's no ether, but that's because they want to hold on to Copernicanism instead of letting it go.
All right, hold on. No. Don't go into conjecture. Don't go into conjecture. We're going to go with science and not just putting words in their mouth, okay? So they did not measure any movement with Michelson-Morley.
People who lie too.
They did not measure movement with Michelson-Morley. They did measure movement with Michelson-Gale. And you contradicted yourself. So which is it? Was there movement or was there not movement of the ether?
I just said that they had no movement of the Earth, which was what they were focusing on with Michelson-Morley. They had movement of the ether with Michelson.
They were not focusing on the movement of the Earth.
Yeah, that wasn't the point.
They were all about measuring the ether in relation to the movement of the Earth. The movement of the Earth was an absolute assumption, an absolute necessary thing in their experiment. They never talked about what if the Earth wasn't moving. That wasn't one of the things they considered.
And that's why they got a null result for the movement of the Earth through the ether in the first experiment, because the Earth was not moving.
Okay, and if the Earth was, and I'll accept that if the Earth was not moving, they found no ether movement. Okay,
it's not found moving. That in Michelson-Gale.
But they're contradicting each other now. Which one is it?
The first one was focusing on the Earth moving through the ether. The second one was just focusing on the movement of the ether.
Not according to their published documentation. Now, here's the problem with claiming that the ether is gently swirling over the Earth. Is it uniformly gently swirling over the Earth?
If it's swirling over the Earth, it's obviously going to swirl in different ways based off of where you are over the planet. It's going to swirl faster in other areas, slower in others.
And so where does it rotate fast, and where does it rotate slow?
Fastest would be away from the torque, from the center of the rotation, which appears to be toward the North Pole. It would be faster toward the south.
Okay.
Wait, what?
Slow in the center.
When you're spinning something, it's slowest. It spins the actually angular velocity. I'd have to look.
Towards the equator and slowest at the poles if it's spinning.
The central spin would be at the north, so I think you're right. It would be faster toward the center, slower toward the outer part. You're right. Sorry about that.
All right,
that's fine.
But it would vary.
I like that you said that. That's very cool of you. That's why I'm not here to jump on you and say stuff. So that's cool of you.
It's all right. This discussion, degenerates into really just triggering ad hom. Sometimes I respect science. I do. I just don't see where the science shows the curvature of the Earth and or the movement of the Earth at all.
All right.
So can I ask you this? If you want to talk about the movement and the and the rotation of the Earth, I'm just curious how things like, say, the retrograde motion of Mars happens, for instance.
Hold on, let's not get off on that. I want to stick on the Michelson-Morley stuff.
Fair enough. Let's do that. Sorry, my bad.
Because we didn't finish that. So you said, Lemon Bird, that it's fastest, it's slowest in the center and fastest as you go farther south.
Sorry, you're right. It would be fastest toward the center and slow down toward the outer part, I believe.
All right. Well, here's the problem. When you take a interferometer like the one in Michelson-Gale, and you put it flat on the Earth, right? So it's sitting this way on the Earth instead of upright this way or upright this way. I don't know if you're seeing that, Lemon Bird, but the people at home are. When you lay it flat, tangent to the surface of the Earth, at farther north, you read faster spin. Closer to the equator, it's less spin. On the equator, there's no spin. And then when you get south of the equator, you register spin the other direction, increasing towards the south when it's laying flat. Now, when you have it orthogonal, where it's not flat, where it's perpendicular, either having it the axis going north-south or the axis going east-west, you see different results with those particular interferometers. And that's what you exactly have inside of an airplane's 3-plane of axis inertial reference unit. So how does that get explained by the gentle swirling ether?
I would have to use Woo to explain that. I would akin the ether to something like cake batter. And the spoon going through it would be like the track of the sun as it travels through the ether. As you know, with the cakes, you have one whirl going one way around the spoon, and at the other side of the spoon, you have another whirl going the other way. So maybe there are heavenly bodies like the sun going through the ether, leading to different tracks and different whirlpools and stuff.
I'm not taking a maybe. I'm not taking a maybe on this, because here's the thing. We have a super, super good explanation for how this works. Really good understanding. Right? Because we know, we absolutely rely on these inertial reference units for an airplane to work. Do you remember those 737s that went down? 2 of them went down, and a bunch of people died, right? Not long ago. Those were because they had a sensor on each side of the plane sensing which way it was tipping, right? And it was based on air going over it. And one side or the other was reading wrong, and it was correcting for it and not taking the other sensor into account, and then ignoring what the pilots were doing because it thought it was going up and it wasn't. The pilots were pulling up and it wasn't responding. Those sensors in a plane absolutely have to be working correctly. Okay, so they actually have 3 sets of IRUs in every plane, and if one of them disagrees with the other 2, it takes itself offline. Okay, so now you don't get to say it's like cake batter, maybe this, maybe this. Okay, these work. They absolutely sense rotation, absolutely fantastically work. They're super precise.
Ether, yes.
Just a second.
The rotation of the ether.
Just a second. I'm not done.
The rotation of the ether.
I'm not done. Just a second. And it totally works. Okay. This what if stuff doesn't matter. I'm not going to take any what if. If you don't have scientific evidence, I'm just going to call BS on it. Okay? So what do you have to explain on a stationary Earth, these things that are designed for one purpose, to measure rotation, that are correctly measuring location well enough that when you turn that on, it knows what latitude the plane is at?
It would be the ether. You'd have to invite back in the ether that was abolished by Einstein because they didn't want to drop Copernicanism. Otherwise, I have no explanation.
Okay, and that's fine. No, I totally respect. I don't know, and I don't have evidence to making stuff up. Okay.
Well, they made up the Lorentz contraction. When have you ever seen space? A contractor expand to meet the instrument. The Lorentz contraction in Einsteinian relativity was just made to explain the interference pattern seen in the Michelson-Morley experiment that showed that light travels slower against the ether and faster with it, giving you the interference pattern, the interference fringe pattern on the mirrors. When have you seen a Lorentz contraction? They made that up. If they can make up stuff, why can't we to explain their lies?
Here you go. The Kennedy-Thorndike experiment confirmed Lorentz contraction, further confirmed by the Ives-Stilwell experiment. Ives, not Ives, sorry. I have the Wikipedia article for that one. I don't want to get. I don't think we need to get into it too much here.
I'm so sorry. Don't get Discord on your phone, people. Good lord. Oh man.
All right. Yeah, Lorentz contraction is well explored and completely understood, and is necessary for things like PET scans, which do work. and was confirmed in both the Kennedy Thorndike and the Ives Stilwell experiment.
What did this experiment prove again?
So the Kennedy Thorndike experiment used a modified version of the Michelson-Gale experiment. Let me find the. I think they have a diagram here of it. There you go. So they used where they had two separate tracks. They were different. Charlie says Lorentz contraction is demonstrated every time a muon is detected on the surface of the Earth. Yes. Yes. So they used it two different length ones to test the contraction. So here's the deal. Just saying Lorentz contraction, blah blah. They did it to get rid of this because I don't like it. Doesn't work because there are people whose careers rely on Lorentz contraction working.
Well, I'd say it's the contraction of ether space, but not just these things just stretching and contracting. Just because of movement, that's assuming the movement of the Earth causing the contraction of the instruments. That's assuming what must first be proved. If you're trying to prove that the Earth is moving through space, you got to prove that first before you can assume that it's a Lorentz contraction with the movement of the Earth through space. That's assuming what must first be proved. That's bad science.
And they did through Michelson-Gale and through many other experiments.
There are so many experiments and observations that do give, well, I shouldn't say prove that, but that evidence, do give a lot of evidence that the Earth is indeed revolving around or orbiting the sun. If you're going to deny that, you're going to have to say a lot and explain a lot, because you just saying the word ether and movement through the ether and ether drag ain't going to frickin' cut it. I almost spoiler, but I didn't.
So
the ether makes sense. It's elegant, simple, and it doesn't war against the mind. You've seen a river. The ether is just like a river flowing over the flat Earth.
Elegant. It isn't simple. What I'm asking you is to actually back up what you're saying. I can just say something.
You're asking me to back it up with it.
That's elegant and simple. That doesn't explain what's happening. It's just telling you what you're seeing.
All right, so here you go. The rotation is well established. Here's a experiment how to detect the Chandler.
The rotation of the ether.
Hold on.
The rotation of the ether.
How to detect the Chandler and annual wobble of the Earth with a large ring laser gyroscope. Deep underground rotation measurements. Gingerino ring laser gyroscopes in Gran Sasso. A 1.82 square meter ring laser gyroscope for nano rotation motion sensing. Experiment to internally measure the Earth's rotating speed and the calculation comparison with relativistic treatment. Now, all of these experiments, and if you look at the citations in these, there's plenty more. These are not the only ones. This is a small sampling. These are not measuring ether. These are measuring movement. And here's the deal. Here's the confirmation. How to detect the Chandler and annual wobble of the Earth. Now, the Chandler wobble is a 400-some day wobble of the Earth that had previously been identified through tracking stars with very precise measurement. They did it a second way here through directly measuring the rotation using a large ring laser gyroscope. All right. Now, unless you have evidence, because so far you haven't brought evidence of ether, you've just reinterpreted somebody else's experiment and claimed that they were lying. Unless you have evidence of it, what do you have? I'm just going to dismiss it if you don't have evidence.
Well, Einstein himself recanted special relativity with general relativity and said that the Earth basically could be at the center with the universe rotating around it. That points to some evidence of heliocentricity possibly having another alternative. And then another thing, ring laser gyros could measure the movement of the ether just as much. When you put a regular mechanical gyro on the Earth, it doesn't process. It should process if the Earth is going through space and moving, yet it does not. So it might be reading electrical phenomena, an electromagnetic field. You can bring up any sort of alternative.
Hold on.
A couple other alternatives.
No.
To that other than the movement.
It's just guesses, unless you actually have evidence, right? If you're suggesting that they are measuring some electromagnetic phenomenon in this ring laser gyroscope, then you need to somehow show that there's an electromagnetic phenomenon big enough to affect it, right? Because this is big. It'd be big if you're going to suggest that there's some electromagnetic thing that they're measuring in this ring laser gyroscope. You can induce some things in matter as light passes through matter, but the magnetic fields required are massively huge.
Yeah, I mean the electromagnetic, the electrical waters below swirling under the earth could generate that, or who knows?
And how is no?
There could be some.
Who knows doesn't count. I'm gonna throw away who knows, right? And the electromagnetic something swirling around underneath would be something we can directly measure through a regular electromagnetic means, not just through these optical means. We would see it. We would measure it. It would be everywhere, and everybody's computer would quit working because they'd have to be so strong.
Fair enough.
All right. So I'd suggest that you look into that, because there's so much evidence, and to just say I don't want to believe it isn't cutting it, right? And I don't know.
Isn't there to show curvature. The laser test and infrared don't show curvature, so based off of that, somebody's lying. Either the laser tests are lying, or they're lying, or combination.
Well, keep in mind too, a lot of the laser tests that I have seen now, I haven't seen all of them, but a lot of them that I have seen, they basically show a maniac with a laser pointer waving it around like a maniac at what they think is the horizon, and then people that are a very short distance away, like, was it like 5 to 8 miles away or something, they see a flash of light like, oh my god, flat earth confirmed. So if you're going to say that like that, we need more measurements and like a lot more of controlled experiments than just that. I want to see like a laser that's actually perfectly mounted, so it's exactly parallel with the ground where it is. I want to see where they receive that signal from, or the light from, I should say. I want to see if it's exactly where they think it should be, or if it's higher or lower. But it's like, no, you're spouting out bull poop because like you just want to believe it, and like I'm telling you right now,
infrared don't show curvature.
Pardon me?
So the laser and infrared don't show curvature, so somebody is wrong and or lying.
Well, when you say show curvature, what do you mean? Show curvature. Are you expecting to see physical curvature or the effects of curvature?
That too.
What? Oh, so when you see those infrared pictures of the mountains from very far away, where you can see past the obstructions like clouds and all that, but you can't see past the physical obstruction like, I don't know, the frickin' earth itself, you can see the top of the mountains. And so if you see the very peaks of those mountains that are like, you know, however many kilometers high up, you think that's proof of a flat earth? Like, sir, I've been trying to keep my mouth shut here for most of this, but what you're saying is ridiculous. Like, you're just spewing out garbage. Like, I want real, actual evidence.
Not moving and that it's flat. Hold on. You look out, you don't see curvature.
Okay.
When you look out, you don't see movement of the earth. You don't feel movement of the earth. It's just intuitive. It's just, matches what you feel.
That's why we always bring up the car, the car analogy. Because when you're in a car or a train or a plane, it doesn't matter if you're going 100 kilometers an hour or 800 kilometers an hour. If I'm sitting in a plane and I throw like my cell phone up in the air just straight up, it's gonna land back in my hand when that plane's still going at 800 kilometers an hour, because it's at a constant velocity. Just like the earth.
In a sealed system. If you were on top of that train or that plane, you would feel the air. And the very medium that would allow us to put our hands out and feel the air, the ether, has been abolished by science. So now we have no way to prove movement except a bunch of theories and conjecture. We should be able to put our hands out in the wind and move
what?
Space has been abolished.
Abolish anything. Science just figures things out.
They
like the ether was never there. We just at one point thought there may have been something like that, because we at one point thought that everything needed a medium to travel through. But now we know, at least with the knowledge that we have at this particular point in time, that we don't need a medium for light, because light propagates as a wave and a particle, whereas things like sound don't. They need an actual medium to propagate through. If you're just going to start
so what is the light waving? If there's nothing there, what is it waving? That's ridiculous. It has to have a medium to wave, like the ether.
Because it's a wave, we can think of it as a wave and a particle. Photons don't need a medium to move through. However, photons do behave as a wave.
How can photons be particle-like? If they were particle-like, when you turn on a light, bullets of photons would explode out of the light and break the light if it had some sort of physicality. If these photons were physical like that, when a light passes through glass or another medium, it should slow down, but it leaves the medium, refracts, and appears not to slow down hardly at all. How can something physical do that? There are problems with the current theory. That's all.
Light does not have any mass. It can move at the speed of light and not really affect much of anything. Like, again, I'm not a scientist. I can't get into great detail. What I can say is, from what we know, light has no mass. The second that a photon is created, it's at the speed of light. There's no acceleration. That's what it does. If you're talking about things with mass, like say I throw a baseball or something, I will never ever get that baseball to the speed of light. It's impossible, because physics, the laws of physics will make it eventually become infinitely massive. And I don't think you understand that. And it's, again, like I said, I'm not gonna get too deep into this, because I can't get into it too much to deal with it in a very, like, if you want to do that.
Well, it appears that, light is, a wave, so it has to have something to wave. It's a field modality. It has to travel through a medium, and depending on which medium it's traveling through, it's going to vary its speed.
Why does it have to travel through a medium? Please tell me that. I would love to hear that.
Yeah, if you bring back in the ether, you don't have to think about this vacuum, light traveling through vacuum. Now it's traveling through the ether or something.
You're not explaining why it has to travel through a wave. You're explaining what you think happens. I'm asking you to explain why light has to have a medium to travel through an acid wave. Sorry, I didn't mean to call it a wave before.
Everyday experience, whenever you have like a wave in water, it's traveling through the medium of the water. Like you put a drop in water, it makes a ripple effect, a wave that travels through the wave of the water. We do not have an everyday experience where something that travels through nothing. We have to assume a vacuum in the vacuum, but there may still be ether there. Neutrinos pass in and out of solid objects all the time. So if they're passing in and out of the vacuum chamber, then there's no such thing as a vacuum, most likely. There's probably still ether flowing in and out of the thing.
Vacuum. We know that for sure. Now, a perfect vacuum, yeah, that's pretty dang near unachievable. But we know that there are vacuums, or like really close to vacuums. But once again, you're not answering my question. You said that light needs a medium to pass through, just like how water is a medium and waves pass through.
I answered everyday experience. We have no analog of the thing happening otherwise. Everyday experience shows us that you need to have a wave to medium to wave.
But they already went through all those experiments, and they came up with there is no medium. And you've made some claims, but you haven't actually presented anything other than a reinterpretation of things that in isolation might make sense, but when you put multiple things together, they don't.
And on top of that, water and light are not the same thing. Light acts as photons. Water is a thing with mass. You can't compare them and say they're the exact same thing.
Yeah, it is a good point that that light is distinct from sound waves or waves on water, because there is something that starts at one place and comes to another place with light, because you can see through spectrophotometry the actual the what we call the wavelength, right? But the color of the light, for example, that's different from other colors of light. But when you look at and they're individual packets, they arrive in individual packets. There's your angle packets again. They do have, right, in the double slit experiment, it's individual packets, and none of this, right, there's plenty of confusion, and talking back in the late 1800s, early 1900s. But nobody came out of that time there saying, oh, you know what? Ether is still a thing. Albert Michelson, the biggest proponent of ether, in the end gave it up and said, yeah, it's not there. And he got a Nobel Prize.
You think he did that to protect his career? Some of these scientists can be really unforgiving if you don't give them a theory they like.
The biggest proponent of the ether,
yeah,
and then he said again that he said it was wrong and that he was wrong. How on earth is that protecting his career? That's the exact opposite.
Because if the ether was maintained and the truth of the Earth not moving through it came out, it would make 500 years of Copernicanism crash on its head. Wouldn't that make them prioritize abolishing the ether?
I would love to hear that, because that means that we're learning more about the universe in which we live.
Yeah, so here's the thing. Regardless of anybody's motivations, there wasn't any evidence that came out in the end that supports your position, right? All the evidence every time came back more and more and more to the to say there is no meaning.
Evidence is there. Is lacking. An alternative interpretation shows that the Earth was not moving and that the ether does exist and swirls gently over the Earth. So I guess we'll just have to leave it at that.
Yeah, only in isolation.
Can I ask you something, Lemonbird? I was going to ask you this earlier, but this is back when you were still speaking to Geistview, so I didn't want to interrupt. But I was going to say, on top of the movement of the Earth, we don't have to rely on one thing, like the Michelson-Morley experiment or the Michelson-Gale experiment. We can rely on just basic observations. Like, can I ask you, if the Earth is stationary and flat, can you please explain things like the retrograde movement of Mars to me? Can you explain the Coriolis effect? Can you explain how ring laser gyros work? Can you explain
narrow the topics there.
Sorry, I'm just
ring laser gyros are explained with the swirl of the ether. I gave the cake batter with the sun moving through it, giving two opposite whirls as it goes through it, which would give you the Coriolis quote-unquote effect. But the problem with the Coriolis effect is you can see smokestacks putting smoke in the air, and the smoke will linger for hours, not going anywhere over volcanoes.
Hold on. Stop right there. Stop right there. Coriolis effect happens when you change latitudes. You have to change latitude. So if a smokestack puts smoke straight up, it's not changing latitude. All right, find a different example.
Yeah, that's elevation. Just so you know, that's a big difference.
Yeah, but the Coriolis effect is supposed to be, so strong it can make, bullets go off course. Yet, you see smokestacks,
again,
lingering for hours.
You completely ignored what I said, and that's quite rude. Bullets change latitude.
Goes far enough to change latitude.
Bullets change
You're
latitude.
Saying a bullet goes far enough to change latitude.
Bullets change latitude. I'm not making the claim. That's a straw man, because I don't make claims about bullets. But if you're going to understand that bullets change latitude and smokestacks don't.
Smokestacks only.
How about volcanoes? Volcanoes? What was that?
Oh, it said smokestacks and volcanoes actually. When they erupt or they shoot smoke out, they're going up that way as an elevation wise. They aren't going north or south, and there's a big difference. Because guess what? When they leave the spinning Earth, if the surface of the Earth is moving like this, they're moving along just with it, and once they spew that smoke or they erupt, it's doing the exact same thing. And I think you're very confused there.
How about the eruption of what is this? This is some sort of Swedish volcano. Eyjafjallajökull, big freaking word. The smoke from that volcano drifted hundreds of miles, yet went on a straight, it's like a due east direction, no Coriolis swirl, went north to south. Where was the Coriolis swirl of that?
You made thing called wind. You made my point. Due east is not changing latitude.
This volcano erupted back in 2010.
Okay.
And hundreds of miles. Yet it went straight let me see what it says. I think it said it went north-south. No Coriolis swirl. Where's the Coriolis effect?
Yeah, and doesn't have much to do with the direction when it travels. It's what happens when it travels in a direction.
Here's the science. Here's the science. What is the prediction for flat Earth? And what is the prediction for a globe Earth? And which one was closer to reality?
It would just drift straight without any Coriolis swirl.
Wait, what is straight?
Because the Earth isn't.
What direction is straight? From where?
South, as it did. No Coriolis swirl.
You mean straight up?
It went straight north-south. It didn't swirl as it changed. Location looks like it went from Sweden all the way to Italy. No Coriolis swirl.
Why would there be a Coriolis swirl for that?
It's going north to south, right? Changing latitude. Shouldn't there be some sort of Coriolis swirl?
No. All it would
Why not?
Because it's not nearly big enough.
All right, here's the picture of where it went. It went all over the place, man.
Hey, wait, what is the name of that? That's a very interesting name.
Yeah, good luck pronouncing that.
Yeah, it's like 13 letters.
Yeah, that's just random letters.
Jokul.
Straight north south. I'm sorry to any Vikings that I may have offended.
It's Iceland.
Yeah, so someone in the chat was saying that it was from Iceland and not from Sweden.
Yeah.
Again, I can't say for sure. I haven't looked it up, but I do believe that it actually happened. I just don't know where it happened.
Yeah. So
do you have an actual picture as opposed to a model which can be, faked or whatever?
Here's the
scroll up. There's an actual picture that was at the very top of that Wikipedia page.
That there, yeah, that's wind. So when you that's different. That's a whole different thing. You're just it's another straw man thing there, trying to say that Coriolis doesn't exist. It certainly does, right? So
that doesn't look like no Coriolis swirl to me. It just looks like a wind spread.
Yeah.
Once again,
a wind spread and
every hurricane.
Where's the Coriolis swirling?
That's tiny compared to the size of the Earth.
Hurricanes happen, yes, but the main thing is that the Earth isn't moving; the ether is.
So the ether does the ether affect light, or does ether affect material things?
Yeah,
it obviously affects the light if it's needed for the light to travel.
And that the volcano, but it shot up there, had mass. That's two separate things.
Then how can it be a particle?
Light isn't really a particle in that sense. It behaves.
A particle with no mass.
Yeah.
A particle with no mass.
Yeah.
All right.
Absolutely. That's what it is. It's a particle with no mass.
And I mean, I can't get into great detail.
Gravity affects everything with mass. How can gravity bend light if it has no mass?
Because it bends space-time.
It bends the ether, you say, which was absorbed into
space-time.
Okay.
Hey, if you want to rename an ether, you go ahead, but I'm going to say space-time.
If you want to rename it space-time, that's up to you two.
Ooh.
Yeah. I'm just going
to call it Death Clock. I like that. Yeah, Mountain Death Clock erupted. Sweet.
Yeah. So. Yeah. So the problem with ether is yeah. So all right. What about the retrograde motion?
They could be going on an electromagnetic Mobius strip track around the sun. The main thing is we're not moving around the sun. There could be other planets moving around the sun.
Don't say could be.
What the heck are you just put a bunch of science words together just to I'm sorry, but good lord, like I'm trying to be nice to you, man, but you gotta give me a little bit to work with here.
Well, the thing is, gravity has never been proven experimentally in a lab to cause
I just asked you how that observation is possible. if the Earth.
You can make electromagnetic orbits in a lab, but you can't make gravitational ones. So it's more likely to be electromagnetic rather than gravitational, because you can't make orbits in a lab via gravitation, and you can't coalesce matter by gravitation either.
Then how is it more likely? You have to explain that. You can't just say it's more likely.
You can get videos of electromagnetic levitation and quantum locking while putting stuff on orbits electromagnetically.
Okay.
You know what else
all over the internet.
You know what else I can get videos of? Moons orbiting Jupiter, or our moon orbiting the Earth, or me dropping a pen on the floor. Like, that's a ridiculous argument. You know it is. And if you think it's a good argument, then you're terrible at this.
More likely than gravity. Can you show me a video of something being pulled to the center of the Earth's gravity? Sure, stuff falls down, but how do you know about the shape? And how can you be sure that it's falling to the center of the Earth without a verifiable video or some sort of, eyewitness testimony? Highly theoretical.
If I know that the Earth curves, I can watch boats going over the horizon. I can see tall buildings that are being obstructed by the horizon. If you want to talk about gravity, which is mass attracting mass in a very basic sense, I can literally watch anyone that on YouTube that has done the Cavendish experiment, which cannot be explained by any other means that we know of at this particular point. And on top of that, the math all works out. So until you can disprove all of that, have fun.
You can cobble together some woo for the Cavendish experiment too. The flow of the ether.
We don't take cobble. We're not going to take cobble. If you don't have an answer, then don't offer it. Don't offer it. Now here's the deal. I have on the screen.
You need to use your imagination.
No.
You've been lied to. You need to use your imagination to ferret out the falsehood.
Here we go. I have on the screen right now.
A better explanation, and you can show all the math to back it up, and you can make sure that it's always consistent with every single observation ever made with our planet or anything we observe in the sky. You have nothing. I'm sorry, but
all right, here. Let's go over this. Hold on, Lemonbird. Wait, you made the claim that gravity's never been proven, and here's my counter to that to begin with is nothing gets proven with science. That's not what science does. Science amasses evidence, and there's a large mass of evidence that mass attracts mass. Here's one right here. This is an experiment they did where they took 13 tons of mercury, and you can see position T and position A. Position T for together, where the two vats of mercury were together, and then that little black thing there, let me zoom in a little bit on that, is the upper test mass. And then they had a wire going up to a balance at the top, and then at the bottom there is another lower test mass. So when the mercury is together, the upper test mass has more downward force, and the lower test mass has a slightly reduced downward force that they measured. Then they moved the mercury to the upper position, or the apart position there on the right side, and the upper test mass experienced a decrease in the downward force, and the lower test mass experienced an increased. Right? So this here is confirming that mass attracts mass. This was a very long-term experiment, many months that they spent, exists in mass attracts mass. It confirms the F equals G M1 M2 over R squared equation. Right? Now, do you have any evidence that gravity doesn't exist? That something else is causing things to go down at 9.8 meters per second squared?
Well, you have clouds full of water vapor above us that are like, thousands of tons or whatever. Huge, heavy clouds that don't fall down to the earth via gravity. So it seems gravity is highly selective when it chooses to act and when it does not.
That's been thoroughly explained.
I'm going to have to correct you there. Gravity is not selective. There are other things in play that keep those clouds from crashing down to the ground. Because if you're going to say that...
How about helium balloons, which can resist the flow of gravity very easily
they aren't
and float?
resisting gravity. If gravity didn't exist, then helium balloons would not rise. Have you ever taken a helium balloon in a vehicle and accelerated forward?
Hold on.
Forward?
Lemonbird, I'm surprised that you brought up the helium balloon thing, because they rise due to gravity, because the air is more dense, and so gravity pulls air more aggressively. It's not selective at everything, right? Then the helium inside the balloon, it has less mass. So the air underneath it and to the side of it says, I need to be there where you're at, so get out of the way, you're going to go up.
Isn't that begging the question to say that gravity's pulling down this other stuff and propping it up?
Nope.
Well, you want to go through the math.
What we're saying. It's one or the other.
We can go through the math.
This could be explained by energy absorption from the ether. A greater mass would absorb more from the ether and behave differently weight-wise.
Yeah,
do you have some formulas for that?
Your mind, anything could be. Anything is a possibility.
There are physicists developing ether formulas currently. I'll have to look into it to see their math and stuff, but I'm not a mathematician. The ether explains some of this stuff. And the what was it called, the Casimir effect, you see that gravity is being overcome by something in the vacuum that is pushing the plates, the metal plates that are so thin they have no gravimetric force, that are so close together. So that would probably be the ether in the vacuum tube, not the 0-point energy nonsense, which is highly metaphysical. There's probably still something in the vacuum pushing those sheets together, because they're so close. There's like a hair's breadth between them. And there's some force that is pushing them together. No gravitation. Something is pushing them together. So an ether push may be able to explain at least some of this phenomena as it flows toward and through and around matter.
But how can it explain some of the phenomenon and not all of it? But we can easily explain all of it, and you can't even explain a quarter of it. But you're so willing to jump to that shit and just say, yeah, this explains all of it.
Because gravity doesn't make sense.
How does
gravity doesn't make sense? We don't see gravity pulling anything into a ball. We don't see it anywhere in nature. Anywhere.
Hey,
we don't see gravity causing orbits
we
anywhere.
We certainly do.
Can I ask you this, Lemonbird?
Yes.
So you think you believe in magnetism, right?
And which one? Magnetism? Yes.
Okay, can you please explain magnetism to me? And can you demonstrate it for me?
It comes from the flow of an electrical field. When you have a moving electrical field, you have magnetism and vice versa.
Okay. Can you demonstrate it for me?
I'd probably have to get a bunch of metal plates and turn them in a dynamo.
Well, just tell me this. So, when you say magnetism, you're saying that metal attracts metal, basically, right?
Yes.
Okay, so why are you so willing to believe that with no evidence? You can only see the effects of magnetism. You can't see magnetism itself. Just like with gravity, you can't see gravity itself, but you can see the effects of gravity. Why are you so willing to believe that magnetism is a thing, whereas gravity isn't?
Electricity is universal. I see the lightning bolt. I felt static electricity, and all my appliances work reliably. I only see gravity pull down. They asked us to assume that it's a ball, that it pulls to the center. That's extra, and that's a little bit too much.
Hey, they only ask you to assume that magnetism is a thing. You can only see metal attracting metal. That is in itself no proof of magnetism. So why are you so quick to believe that?
I've seen magnets work.
Yeah, they attract each other, just like mass attracts mass. There's no difference. You can't see either of them working. You can just see the effects of them.
Magnetism is folded into electromagnetic phenomena, just like gravity should have been long ago.
Also, gravity can't be folded into gravitational phenomenon?
They've been trying to unite things a bit more. So, all right, here's the deal. We have a beautiful formula that works fantastically. G times M1 times M2 all over the radius squared gives us the force.
And it works so well.
It works. So I have on the screen here, little Python. but it's done simply, so it just looks like it's formulas. All right, so I have the gravity there at the top there. I have the gravitational constant, and I have mass 1, which would be the mass of the Earth, 5.9 E24, and mass 2, I just made up 100 kilograms, right? And then the radius, 6.3 E6 in meters.
Wait, right? Sorry, where am I looking here? I see the other presentation you had earlier.
No, he's talking about on the live stream. They can see the Python window.
Oh yeah, sorry. Let me. I switched. I'll do this too so that Lemon Bird can see it, because I had to do it in a different browser window.
I got the YouTube going. I can see it.
So this is all right. So here's gravity. Okay. And I can run this, and then we can get out right there the gravitational force in newtons of something that has 100 kilograms. We can, and then I translated it, transferred it to pounds, 220 pounds, so anybody can go and see if they agree that 100 kilograms is 220 pounds. And then just use the to get solve for the acceleration using F equals ma, and it gives us 9.82 meters per second squared, right? It works nicely. That is what we observe. We observe 9.8 meters per second squared. Now,
we don't observe stuff falling 9.8 meters per second in anything but a vacuum. If you drop an object now, it'll the problem is of a second for every 6 feet. We don't observe 9.8 meters per second everywhere. It's an average.
The surface area of, or what the surface, the surface area that an object takes up when it falls and how much air resistance there is. If you take a piece of paper, it's going to fall slower. That's 100% true. Now crumple that piece of paper up, it's going to fall nearly as fast as a hammer, depending on how much you crumple it up.
Hey, we don't say hammer.
The theory would expect it.
It's not hammer when we're talking flat earther. It's pound applicator. Okay.
I apologize.
It's pound applicator. Everything's applicators or meters. Okay. So yeah, and the 9.8. You're right. The 9.8 meters per second squared is not universal. It changes based on where you are, and if you take into account the distance, using the WGS84 distance to the center of the Earth, and the latitude, the lateral speed, you get, and then use a gravimeter that has 9 degrees of precision, you find that you can predict with better than 0.01% accuracy. But here's what we don't have. Here's what we don't have. We don't have anything electrical that works. You can use Coulomb's law. It doesn't work. Right? It gives us all sorts of crazy numbers. You want to try pressure? I don't know what to do. Nobody has come up with a formula for how to use pressure. Relative density. AB Science attempted to use it, and it came up with all sorts of craziness. Of course, relative density suggests that things that are more dense in a vacuum should fall faster than things that are less dense in a vacuum or a near vacuum. That's not what we observe. It's not proportional to its density. It's if you remove factors like the cross-sectional area and friction, it doesn't work.
Well, seeing as how you brought that up, I do have a question for Lemon that I'm pretty sure I remember the answer, but just to make sure, because I saw someone in the audience did post this question as well. Lemon, do you understand what he means when he's talking about a vacuum in this sense?
Nothing there.
Well, no, it's not that there's nothing there. It's that the space is evacuated of all gaseous material, or as much gaseous material as can be.
I would say that there's still ether in the vacuum.
How would you quantify that? How would you measure it?
It's like a fish trying to measure the amount of water in the ocean when he's inside of the water. If it's universal, it's going to be hard to separate it out and measure it, but you can measure a few things. Space, the quote-unquote vacuum of space has a resting charge of 374 ohms, unless you believe that nothing can have a charge.
Whoa. Lemon, stop right there. What does ohms actually measure?
Electrical resistance.
Resistance, not energy.
So what's up there resisting then if there's nothing up there?
They didn't measure ohms up there.
There is no resistance in space. It's fucking space. Sorry.
This is where you're going wrong.
So there's no such
you
thing
are
as a vacuum. There's something in the vacuum.
Lemon, stop for a second. You keep regurgitating these little factoids thinking that the source that you got them from was correct, but they led you astray. Ohms is a reading of resistance. You do not measure energy by its resistance.
So what is up there in space resisting the whatever?
There is no resistance.
Nothing.
What are you talking about?
No. What is causing the lack of transmission for direct electrical currents in a vacuum is the fact that the distance between the molecules is so great that the actual energy potential of what you are trying to transmit cannot move there. The only way to get transmission through a vacuum is to actually inject an energetic particle that is the transmission medium, i.e. a radio burst.
If there's nothing there, why is there resistance, though? That doesn't make sense.
It's
something else.
No. If you have nothing there, the only way to get across a gap of nothing is to increase the potential energy between the 2 points to beyond the limit of what would be called here in the atmosphere the air gap. Except here's the problem with that. What you're actually doing is causing enough energy for it to ignore the conductor that the energy is actually on to go to the molecules in the atmosphere and start jumping through those molecules, creating its own path through the molecules of the air. Without those molecules out in space, you're not going to get the same transmission. You have to add in those molecules to allow for the transmission of that energy, which is why radio communications work through a vacuum, because you are actually transmitting, you are actually putting out into that area an energetic wave with your information on it.
Yeah, and one thing I was going to say too,
I got my mind around that. You can't just wave nothing. That doesn't make any sense. I'm just going to leave it there. There's obviously something.
Wait. Okay, so you don't understand how a radio works, how the radio in your car works.
I understand.
Would you like it? Would you? Oh no. It's not how I think it works. It's how I've been able to demonstrate it works, because all these principles and all this work that I had to do is what allowed me to perform my job that I had for 6 years, and actually has laid the foundation for the job that I currently have, that I've actually held for over 10 now.
One thing you should say, Jared, is the one thing I don't think he understands, and correct me if I'm wrong here, I could be wrong, but when it comes to transmitting things, it's not just the strength of the signal, it's how big the receiver is too, right? Or how well it's able to collect data.
So I'm just starting with base one, actually getting the signal to propagate. When you actually get to being able to detect and then decrypt the signal on the other end, that's where the size of your antennas on both ends matter, and also the sensitivity of your detector on the receiving end.
Yeah, but keep in mind, with people like Lemon Bird, not to be a jerk or anything, but I think you literally do have to explain that to them. Like they look for anything that kind of goes against their narrative. Again, not to be a jerk. I think you're a nice guy. Just you're very wrong.
I just reject the notion that nothing can transfer anything, resistance or otherwise. It's just counterintuitive. There's obviously ether up there, but they abolished the ether because they didn't want to face the fact that the Earth wasn't moving through it. So they just abolished the ether.
No one ever said that nothing can transmit anything. That's impossible. Second, the ether was never there. People just thought there was an ether. And with the knowledge we have now, at least with what we know, it's been proven to be not true. That's all it is. That's literally all it is. Like, I mean, I know it gets more in depth than that, but I mean, if there's ether, then, you know, find it and get a Nobel Prize.
Yeah, and that's where I was very clear to say a radio transmission is not doing this across nothing. It is actually, the transmitter itself is creating its own medium for the signal to propagate with. It's the carrier signal. It's actually what is taking that energy that has been coded in such a way for, be it a digital data burst or audio communications. Whatever that is, you are manipulating the carrier signal to transmit that data, and it's that transmission of the carrier signal. When you actually key the microphone to transmit on a two-way radio, you are actually putting particles out into the medium of either the atmosphere or space. You are putting your own carrier, your own medium for that information into the region, which is why we can directly measure whether or not a tower is transmitting. We can detect this actual transmission medium that is the actual energetic wave that comes from the antenna. Now, I wouldn't stand too close to a lot of them because you will literally fry your nuts off, but it is something that is directly measurable.
Yeah, and like, I mean, again, I'm not an expert, but when like back in the Apollo days when they were launching and going to the moon, couldn't ham radio operators follow those signals and track them to the moon? Where it's not like they were just lying. It's like people could actually tell if they were lying. If they were.
Well, this back to the gravity thing. We're asked to believe that the sun is an attractive body with its gravity, despite the fact that it is giving out heat and appears to be an expansive. In the heliocentric case of heliocentrism, they say that it's an expansive fusion bomb that is somehow, giving out gravity too. That's just. I used to try to wrap my head around that stuff, but I just reject it now. It's obviously false.
Okay, you got to start with. You got to start with the understanding that in order to have fusion, you have to have mass. You have to have mass in actually a close enough proximity to itself to where this fusion can actually take place.
Well, you need pressure. Like, it has to, like...
Step two. Sorry. Step two.
Yeah, sorry.
Because that's the thing is when you get material that could be fusible close enough together and then you pack it even closer, you start increasing the pressure. Once you hit that critical limit is when that nuclear process is going to start taking place. But that's the biggest thing, is in order for a star to form, there has to be a significant amount of mass there in the first place. What we see as a gravitational effect is the effect between two or more bodies of mass. Start with that.
Interesting. Well, I think the phenomena that we call mass is probably better understood as energy absorption from the medium that it's in. So, but I'd have to go split with that theory.
You sound like a very nice person. Like, I don't want to be a jerk here, but can I ask you, what is energy absorption? Sorry, just I'm curious what you mean by that.
From the probably from the ether, probably something electrical. Who knows? I think even in the
like, if you're not sure, why are you so sure that is what it is?
What does heliocentrism define energy as? I think according to Newton, energy was the omnipresence of God. Does anybody know what energy actually is?
Well,
I think when you try to define
very
what energy is,
basic.
you get into
Just-
metaphysics, don't you?
Basically just the movement of things. It's the amount of work that is put into an object to make it move. And that's a very basic way to put it. Again, I'm not an expert.
Well, energy in the terms that we use, those of us who are in the fields that you are trying to contradict, Lemon, energy quite literally is the capacity for doing work.
There you go.
So what gives this thing the capacity to do work? Can you put it in a jar? Can you quantify it? Can you say where it comes from? Can you find it?
What are you talking? Are you talking potential energy, kinetic energy, which is typically motion, or thermal energy, electrical energy, chemical, nuclear? There are so many different forms that energy itself can take based on the type of work that it will be able to perform. So which area do you want to go with first?
We're talking about energy, right? So where does this energy originate? What realm does it come from?
Type?
Energy of what? What are you talking about?
Yes, again,
let's do
which type of
chemical.
energy? Okay.
Let's do chemical.
Chemical energy is stored in the bonds of molecules that are groups of atoms that can then be manipulated and broken down and transferred by other means. A great chemical energy thing for you is actually the insides of your car engine, the internal combustion engine. That is a type of chemical energy, but also thermal energy as well.
Okay, so once this bond is, broken, what gives it the energy to bond and come together again? Where does it come from?
That's not exactly what happens. Breaking a bond or having a bond isn't energy in itself. Energy, as the law states,
you just put these elements close together. What was that?
Well, okay, I'll put the best way I can describe it is energy in itself does not require a chemical bond. It requires a movement of something. Like, for instance, if I'm driving my car and I hit the brakes on my car, well, that kinetic energy is now being transformed into heat energy in my brake discs. It's not changing the bond of anything. It's just changing where that energy is going. It's changing the way that it's being. Sorry, go ahead, AT.
But at the same time, sticking with purely chemical, you can take two liquids that are pure homologous existences of two different chemicals. You mix them together and you can get what's called an exothermic reaction. That is a chemical reaction. The two elements will come together in such a way that it releases a lot of heat, which heat is a type of energy, and it will release that from the chemical interaction at an uncontrolled rate. This is why certain chemicals in labs are never stored near each other, because even a small amount combined can actually cause a major reaction, which can lead to significant property damage and personal injury.
Yeah.
So where does this energy go after it's used up? This heat, this energy, where does it go?
In the form of heat, it will dissipate into the medium around it, which, as we here on this earth, would be the atmosphere and also any objects around it.
Yeah, and that's what you like to call
energy is just gonna hang around forever, or where does it go? It just hangs around us.
Energy is never created nor destroyed. It is always transferred.
It dissipates.
So by logical
space, or we use it again, and when it goes into space, it does things for other things. It's just the way it works.
So this energy, by extension, would just be hanging around us, just chilling?
Well, no. Energy isn't my buddy that I drink with. Energy is just a fact of life.
Again, energy is the capacity to do work.
Can I grab this energy that's hanging around?
Okay,
yeah,
well,
yeah.
okay,
Go, hang on,
here's
hang
the-
on,
here's-
hang on,
Go ahead,
hang on.
go ahead.
Yes, you can grab energy, except I highly recommend you don't go and grab the power line connected to your house.
From the air, this energy that just disappeared into the air. Can I grab it? Can I put it back in a jar? Where is it?
In theory, you actually could if you had the proper thing to capture that energy. That's very possible. You can capture heat. That is true.
You can capture heat. You can also capture static charges.
Yeah.
Again, it all comes down to what type of energy do you want to talk about? You keep jumping back to the blanket term to avoid the specific. Why is that, Lemon? Why are you afraid of the specifics?
It would be nice if we had some sort of storehouse for this energy, like say, the ether, but I guess we have to hold on to
it doesn't fucking exist. So.
The storehouse for energy.
All this
is not
extra energy isn't there.
So sad. It's annoying. Energy is not one thing. I mean, it is one thing in a certain sense, but it's not one thing the way that you're thinking of. Energy behaves in so many different ways. Like, I mean, well, the same way, but sorry, it's tough for me to describe this. What I'm saying is energy. Right?
Well, he wants to go to the storage bit. So, are batteries not a thing?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, batteries are a thing.
Because we actually use those in solar power to actually store and regulate the power output of the panels.
Yeah, but we're swimming in a sea of energy, but we have to, make it a vacuum of nothingness instead of, the obvious ether. We could have free energy devices.
The ether doesn't exist.
There's absolutely no such thing as a free energy device.
Free enough. It's like 0.0001 cents. You'd never finish paying. You never have to pay for it.
You said free energy costs money? What the?
No. So, Lemon, here's the thing. Energy, as you are trying to assert, does not exist. You need to be specific if you actually want to get somewhere with this. Not just so we can respond to you appropriately, but so you can actually learn something and move on from the retarded, my apologies, mentally deficient explanations you've been holding on to for almost 3 years that I've been interacting with you.
We're on a different level, dude. Right now I'm like up here and you're down here somewhere.
No, Lemon, you're forgetting, Lemon. You're talking to someone who has completed 2 engineering degrees and is currently working on a particle physics degree.
Yeah.
You are nowhere near my level.
You have no imagination. Your mind is changed. You have no imagination.
Imagination is complete, unadulterated bull poop. See, I'm watching my language.
Does everybody feel better now?
But no, I was gonna say, with Lemonbird, honestly, you seem very nice and you're very respectful. I do like that. However, I will compare myself to you, like, because you and I don't have a lot of knowledge on it, but people like AT2 and MC2 and all that, they do have a lot of education when it comes to engineering or something scientific. You should shut your mouth and listen, because they can teach you a lot. I've learned a lot from them.
They don't see the big picture. They don't see the big picture. They gotta think beyond the box.
The big picture, man. Like, hey, can I ask you this?
Yes.
Okay. So, if I were to stand at the North Pole and I look straight up at my zenith or zenith, however anyone wants to pronounce it, I don't care. If I were to look straight up, I can see Polaris pretty much right at my zenith, right?
Yeah.
However, if I move for every degree of latitude that I move south, that moves exactly proportional to how far I move with my latitude. So, for instance, my latitude is 50 degrees, or technically a teensy bit under, but it's close enough where it's 50 degrees. Now I can see I can see Polaris at 50 degrees latitude. How is that possible in the flat Earth?
Polaris at 50 degrees latitude north?
Yes.
You're not far enough away.
Can you give math or anything to back that up aside from just words?
I'll link it in the video. There's a 3-hour video that goes over it by Life is Short. I think I linked it in here before.
You literally need a minute to explain it.
This is a pretty simple to calculate, actually.
30 seconds could easily do that. But anyway, guys, it's 11:35 here. I have to be up in a couple hours. I have to go to bed. It was very fun. I try to stay as late as I can. But
all right, thanks, Mr. Puncher.
Thank you, sir. And also,
dude, Christ Puncher, great to put a face to the name finally.
Oh, I've had my face out a couple times. Maybe I've had it.
First time I'm catching it. So.
There's some awesome memes of them on the Shills channel, by the way.
Let's just say, okay, my hair has been in pigtails like once or twice. I don't know.
Nice.
Oh yeah, no, Kiri's got some. Just talk to Kiri; she's got that down for you. But no, I was gonna say anyway. Jared, always good talking to you. You know your stuff. So you're very. I like talking with you because you're very smart. And Lemon Bird, I don't agree with you, but you're very polite, so I do enjoy talking to you.
Well, at least that counts for something.
I think it does, personally. I mean, again, I know you're right, but I do enjoy the politeness. I mean, I like to think I showed you the same respect when I spoke to you tonight. So.
Well, thank you for speaking with me. I'm sorry I was such a jerk to the English guy earlier. I was hoping he would come back so it could be a bit more civil. But perhaps next time.
No, it's all good. But I gotta say, MC2, and thanks for having me on. Everyone else, good talking to you. But yeah, I literally have to go to bed. I'll be up in like 4 hours.
Night.
All right, so where were we at here? We got Crash's RC budget builds in here, but before we do that, hold on. We got some super chats here. James Collins for $2.99 says, "Keep killing them, MC Toon." Thank you. I won't kill you, Lemon Bird. I'll just whatever. John Rapp for $5 Australian says, "Guys, be careful with the math formulas. You might hurt them. Bugger it. Have fun." So, and then let's see. Shilly Shillington, who used to be Demonic Davros, says, "Small shill fund management to keep up the great work." Demonic Davros here. Hope you like my new name. That's for $5 Australian. And James Collin for $1.99 says, "Imagination trumps science." Lemon Bird.
That's right.
So, yeah, all right. And Dabin Good, he's in the chat here. He's talking, and I asked him if he wants to join next week. He can't. He's on vacation. Maybe a week later. Going to Florida for a week. That's cool. Why don't you give me an email or contact me on Discord. My guess is that you're on the 24/7 server. I am as well. I'm just MC Toon there. So now here's the deal with perspective over a flat plane. It's not difficult, actually. For example, I'm in Minnesota. Polaris is 45 degrees from me. And I am how far from the North Pole? Right? 45 times 69. 3,105 miles. That means that Polaris is 3,105 miles in elevation. If it's flat. Right? That's simple triangulation. The problem is as soon as you move to a different latitude, you get a different number when you triangulate. So now I don't need a 3-hour video.
What?
I just explained it in 30 seconds. Now, can you explain it using known laws of physics, not ad hoc explanations, and not just saying, watch this video?
Well, the thing is, you haven't factored how stuff dips due to perspective.
Oh,
so
no,
just like
I
the street
just
lamps at the side of the street.
perspective, actually. Perspective is pretty simple to calculate, actually, and that's what I did. The triangulation takes care of perspective. So
But the thing is, you're low down to the flat plane, so you're not taking care of how you're 6 foot off the flat plane, and your visual field will be treated differently. The video goes over how to treat the top and bottom halves of your visual field with the 0.02 angular resolution.
That's all ad hoc BS that doesn't have any previous description outside of the flat Earth attempts to explain it.
Well, you might want to look into it, because if the scientific people got it wrong, then, you might, be getting it wrong too. You might want to look into it. Just saying.
Uh-huh. And here's the thing. Was it you? Now, it was Ron Sheckelson. He pulled the same crap. I'm like, we were talking about the South Celestial Pole. He says, this video totally proves and shows how it works. It didn't. It didn't at all. He believed it because he wanted to. And in the end of this video that was explaining, this was fantastic. I wish I could have called him out live. Ron Sheckelson, you're full of crap. The end of the video explaining the South Celestial Pole said they did some modeling. And at the end of it, they said, look at this. This is proving the observations that we see, and here's our video. So they showed the stars moving horizontally across the sky. They're like, there you go, that proves it. That's what you see in the southern hemisphere, which isn't what you see in the southern hemisphere. In the southern hemisphere, you see a single South Celestial Pole, no matter where you're standing, and it's due south all the time.
But you can get up to 3 poles depending on how you focus the camera at the equator. So it looks like it might be optic. And at best, the North Pole is true. The South Pole could be a false optical phenomenon.
Is there an East Pole now?
You can get up to 3 poles depending on how you focus the camera.
You already told me earlier that focus isn't going to change something, doesn't? So focus just makes things blurry.
Well, you said the relative position of stuff. You didn't talk about focal points of, like, say, rotation of the stars overhead, or factor in a moving carousel of stars over your head.
Yeah.
That's changing the conditions.
Yeah, you need to provide evidence of that. Do you have evidence?
See if I can find it. Hold on.
In a 3-hour video isn't what I'm talking about. Yeah, this if it's something that you can find 3 poles, then you can find 3 poles. That really isn't. Hold on. So don't get that. That's a different topic.
The video.
Sorry.
The video is so good.
The 3-hour video.
Yes.
James Collin for $1.99. So is that guy kind of gonna come up? No. Here is. Look at the bottom of the screen here. I challenged him to a debate a little bit ago. He said, "Let me know when and where, and I'll be there." The loser of the debate text on their channel for good. He meant deletes. And he didn't. He won't come on. So he's a little scared. So yes. All right. Yeah. Send that link. But the topic was calculating due to perspective where the Polaris is.
I'm not very high on the math. You're gonna have to ask somebody else about that.
Dude, this is 8th grade math. It's just triangulation, right? You did 8th grade, right?
Yeah, but since you're low to the flat plane, the convergence rules are going to change.
No,
so it's going to complicate.
You're inventing. That's just invented stuff. Ad hoc explanations.
You can see it over a flat table. You can see that in real life.
Yeah,
over a flat table.
I've seen those, and the camera's always below the edge of the camera, or below the edge of the table.
The edge of the table represents the horizon line of the sky and the ground meeting, and stuff disappearing and setting into that horizon line. A very easy demonstration of what you see.
But we're talking about the elevation of Polaris, which you can put your camera on the table and put something on the ceiling, and you move it around. It doesn't change. The triangulation works every time. Every word, every time.
You can't triangulate with different observers separated by different lines of latitude. At that point, that's a poor quality triangulation. The best quality triangulation
why is that?
is doing the same object.
Whoa, hold on. Citation needed on that. You just made an ad hoc claim and have no supporting evidence of that. Where's your supporting evidence that two people at different latitudes can't do triangulation?
The street lamps at the side of the street. If one person closer to the street lamp tries to triangulate it, they're going to get a different triangulation than somebody who's further away and sees the street lamp a little further down toward the horizon.
Yeah, sorry, that works every time.
By air,
it works every time.
Astronomical distances.
Okay, Lemon, your
quality triangulation.
Lemon, for the triangulation to work, you know what else you're actually going to have to sight in on? The other observer. For that type of triangulation, to get it right, it can be done, but you're essentially doing dual observations. You're getting your line of sight to the target, but then also your line of sight to the other observation point. At that time, you do that from both locations, you sure as hell can triangulate to the object.
Pretty accurately.
That is the foundation of surveying. That all of our state, county, property lines, all of those lines are based on triangulation. So to just say it doesn't
triangulation
work.
is two observers viewing the same object in the same visual reference frame. When you change the rules with one person viewing it at one latitude and another person viewing it at another latitude, that changes the rules.
No,
how?
Citation
needed. One reference frame will view it one way, and another person in another reference frame will view it differently. Observers viewing it at the same time in the same visual reference frame is best, as close as possible to that.
Okay, so
that way you have the least amount of change.
But here's the thing: in this instance, especially for our surveying, that minor bit of change is a good thing. It actually helps.
It increases the quality, actually. It increases your confidence in the measurement.
Let's see if I can get this file. Copy.
You know, and I was going to give you a hard time there, Lemonbird, because rather than answering the how, you just went and regurgitated the same point with a slight tweak to the verbiage. I believe all of us would still like to know how the mechanics of triangulation fail in this instance.
Because you're in a different visual field. It's going to magnify the error of the experiment unless the two observers are viewing the same object at the same time in the same visual field when possible.
So they got to be standing right next to each other for it to work.
Or ideally along the same line of latitude. How about that? As opposed to getting an observer at 60 degrees viewing the same object, separated by hundreds of miles from somebody at a different latitude, like at 30 or something.
Hang on. Why does the line of latitude matter, but not the line of longitude?
Well, assuming that they're at the same distance latitude-wise, that keeps them at relatively the same distance and introduces the least amount of change as possible.
Again,
they're at the same distance.
Hang on. No, Lemon, I'm going to repeat the question very clearly and simply so you can actually hear what I'm asking you. Why does the latitude matter, but not the longitude?
That introduces the least amount of change. If you have them at different latitudes, one 30 degrees away times 69 miles versus another one who's 60 degrees away times 69 miles, and that would complicate the experiment. They're not even in the same plane.
How does the latitude changing cause this, but not the longitude changing cause this?
Just less change. Why? Change. They're at the latitude, so that means that they're more or less distance away at the very least.
Why is it the latitude that causes this and not the longitude?
They're at the same latitude and we're on a plane.
Repeating
yourself. Concentric.
Stop repeating yourself and listen to the question.
If you're on the plane and the north is in the center, they're the same distance from the star at that point. At the very least, they're the same distance from the star. You're trying to minimize the changes as much as possible. At the very least, they're the same distance from the star.
I thought we were talking about a light pole. I hadn't even gone to the celestial ones yet. I was keeping with the terrestrial ones.
Are we talking about minimizing the amount of changes in this experiment or not? At the very least, they're the same distance from the star.
So just because something's complicated or complex, it makes it too difficult to do?
You don't want to introduce a whole lot of variables that can muck up your experiment, do you? You do want this to be as scientific as possible, right?
Well, and so being as someone who has actually worked in those types of environments, do you know how much of a change it would actually have on your result for the observation you are talking about?
No.
Would you like to venture a guess?
I don't know, 5%?
Less.
How much?
No. It's less than 5%. What would your next guess be?
I'm gonna go with 2.5.
Less.
0.
No, it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be a 0% change. There would be a minor error, but I'll give you a hint. It's less than 1%. Significantly less than 1%.
Well, with these astronomical distances, shouldn't we get as much accuracy as possible? Quote unquote, if you go with the heliocentric model.
Again, you're significantly less than 1% of error on a distance. Would you like to know how far below 1% they typically are?
How much?
0.00004%.
Interesting.
4 zeros after the decimal. It's amazing what advanced technology can do for you.
Exactly.
I can't link it in the chat. I was going to link the picture of the 3 poles from the photo. It won't let me link it. Got the internet address.
Rather than putting it into the live chat where the message probably won't go through because you don't have the fancy little blue spanner, put it in the internal chat of the call.
All right. That's a JPEG. Let me see. I got out of the window. I can't find my way back. This freaking Hangout. Freaking Android. Which one of these is it? Let me set it to MC Tune. Hold on. MC Tune coming at you on Discord.
Well, he's currently not at his computer, so we'll be waiting a few.
Lemon Bird, this is John Watson again. You hear me?
Hello.
Hey, John, how you doing?
I'm all right.
Hey. Sorry I was so nasty earlier. I apologize for that.
Whatever. I'm really interested in this 3 celestial poles, or three centers of rotation. How on earth do you come up with that?
Yeah. You can see it in this photograph here. Depending on how you focus the camera, you can see up to 3 Polish-looking things where the star trails are appearing to converge. So it just points to it being an optical phenomenon. I'm putting it in there right now on MC Tune's chat. I'll message him directly and put it on his site, or his Discord rather. Let me see. But I guess the main point was the North Pole is true. The South Pole appears to be a nodal point, like a perspective phenomenon.
Do you not think that's maybe just Northern Hemisphere bias?
It could be. I mean, I won't lie. I do want this to be true because of its chance to break the spell of scientism and bring people back to, an obvious creator who created the flat Earth, covered by a hemispheric dome. But, it just looks like the evidence just isn't there, for
I
a
think
globe.
people that live in the southern hemisphere are a bit more proud of their celestial pole than us in the northern hemisphere.
Well, I mean, I've heard that you can't even see the southern celestial pole star with normal telescopes. Like, you can't even see it. So, what are they doing?
Well, Sigma
And I
Octantis, they don't have a pole star as close to the celestial pole as we do in the northern hemisphere, but they have stars very close to the southern celestial pole. If someone's going to align their telescope mount in the southern hemisphere, they can do it just as easily as someone in the northern hemisphere. It's not a problem.
Well, I've heard that there's a couple problems with the pole star. For one, you can't view both of them at the equator, as you would be expected to if we were on a symmetrical ball with the equator cutting it in half. If you can see the northern pole star at the equator, which you can supposedly by sailor and navigators' accounts, why can't you see this quote-unquote southern pole star there as well?
I've never tried to view both celestial poles at the equator, but there is no difference between the celestial poles, apart from in name and position in the sky.
From Dubé's 200 proofs, the Earth isn't a spinning ball. Proof number 100, if Earth were a ball, the Southern Cross and other southern constellations would all be visible at the same time from every longitude on the same latitude, as is the case in the north with Polaris and its surrounding constellations, Ursa Major, Minor, and many others that can be seen from every northern meridian simultaneously, whereas in the south constellations, like the Southern Cross, cannot. This proves the southern hemisphere is not turned under, as in the ball Earth model, but simply stretching further outwards away from the northern center point, as the flat Earth model.
Well,
that's a claim without evidence there.
Eric Dubé has got as much understanding of astronomy as yourself.
He's a humble man who submits to the truth without arrogance, ego, pride, or puffed up vanity in his or her own intelligence, although he has his own issues with that. It takes humble people just submitting to the truth sometimes to, undo these fancy falsehoods that, just don't work. Also, we read Sigma Octantis is claimed to be a southern central pole star, similar to Polaris, around which the southern hemisphere stars all rotate around the opposite direction. Unlike Polaris, however, Sigma Octantis cannot be seen simultaneous from every point along the same latitude. It is not central, but allegedly 1 degree off center. It is not motionless, and in fact cannot be seen at all using publicly available telescopes! Exclamation point.
All right,
hold on. Regarding whether Sigma Octantis even exists.
Lemon, stop monologuing. And by the way, Polaris isn't stationary in the sky either.
Is it heat shimmer? Is it shining through the glass firmament?
Polaris is not at the North Celestial Pole. It's not on the North Celestial Pole. It goes around the Celestial Pole just like all the rest of the stars, but it is very close.
Well,
you have to, when you align a telescope mount, you've got to, there you go. You've got to aim off center. You don't aim the telescope mount at Polaris because it's not in the center.
Let me just explain this image right here. This is from Eric Dubé's video. Polaris remains fixed while all other stars rotate 24-hour circles around it. The stars near Polaris rotate very slowly while those further rotate progressively faster. He claimed in his video, and this is a still from the video, that Polaris is fixed and is perfectly in the middle. But if you look at it, there's a little arc right there next to the center that is Polaris.
Yeah.
It is not fixed. So his claim about that is junk. trying to take some particular, you can't see Sigma Octantis, or it's not exactly in the center. Nobody cares. It doesn't matter. There is a central point around which everything rotates. So go ahead, John.
Yeah, everything that you've just quoted from Eric Dubé isn't true. I mean, I'm not kind of trying to blow my own trumpet, but I'm a seasoned astronomer. I do know what I'm talking about. I'm not actually sure how many telescopes I own. Put it that way. That's a lot. Yeah, it's just yet another example of people talking about stuff that they just don't know anything about. And it's pretty galling.
As far as I can tell, throughout history, Polaris has been the pole star, and it hasn't shifted. I've heard something about Thuban being the pole star, but it sounds like theories, vain theories. It doesn't sound legitimate as far as I can tell. But,
that's not true either. That's not true either.
Have a look at the screen
here. The Earth has a 24,000 year precession. So the pole star does well. The celestial pole does move through the sky as the Earth's axis precesses. I think Vega is in line to be the next pole star. It changes.
So here, have a look at the screen. This is from the Nautical Almanac 1840, where it has Polaris listed as 88 degrees, 27 minutes, 21.94 seconds off the center in 1840. 1850, it's moved to 88 degrees, 30 minutes. In 1900, it's 88 degrees, 46 minutes. In 2007, it's 89 degrees, 20.3 minutes. It's changing.
Explicable with stellar aberration, atmospheric effects, and the collimation.
No, hang on. Lemonbird, here's the problem. Going with those atmospheric conditions, if your viewing elevation is at or above 15 degrees above your observable horizon, those atmospheric effects are negligible. Meaning you don't even have... No. Negligible means you do not have to account for them.
That's right.
It's still there, but you might not be accounting for them enough.
No, that's not true. That's not true. There is, is it Jared?
Yep.
Just said you have atmospheric distortion low to the horizon, but I'm at 56 degrees north, so really you don't get any atmospheric distortion when you look at Polaris from my latitude. That's a fact.
Looks like this one's noting 89 degrees above. So this like from what, the north or something?
These are not. This is where the star is. The star is moving. That's why I brought it up. The point is that
that's
it's
its
moving.
Position.
Well,
that's the star's position.
No,
it's not latitude.
Well, parallax is a thing, but from the flat Earth perspective, I would explain it through shining through the glass firmament dome, atmospheric, that sort of thing.
But this is a year to year change, not some temporary thing. This is where it is all year, and well, not all year. It's moving actually. You get the new almanac, and it gives you a different position for every day.
You know what? I'm gonna bring out an oldie and goldie that I made a while ago now to demonstrate the issue here between what we can actually observe and directly measure, Lemonbird, versus what you are asserting. I am sending you on a DM in Discord MCTune an image to show. This is a comparison of the angle of the North Celestial Pole from the surface of the Earth. It will show you between what is actually observed and measured, starting from a flat surface on the left and a curved surface on the right. Notice how the one on the left, none of the lines actually correlate to a single location. But on the right, they're all parallel, going in the same direction to the same extremely distant point.
That's because that's a poor quality triangulation that are at different distances from the thing being observed. That's a crash.
No. All this is going, you can see here, the latitude matches the angle of the North Celestial Pole above the horizon. So when you are at 90 degrees, you are on the geographic pole of the Earth. You are looking straight up at 90 degrees to the celestial pole. You go down to 70 degrees latitude. You are looking at a 70-degree angle up towards the celestial pole, all the way down to 45, all the way down to 20.
But the thing is, you do not have all those observers at the same distance from what they're observing. So you have a bunch of factors being introduced that's throwing off your triangulation. The best quality triangulation is when they have the same visual reference frame, the same visual field at relatively the same location, viewing it at the same time.
So you're going down the same latitude. Hang on. You're going down the same line of longitude. All you are changing is the latitude. Now, the angle you observe of the North Celestial Pole changes as you go down this line of latitude. So, yes, by your assertion, you are changing distance. However, notice how none of these major markers are actually giving you a consistent target that you are looking at. However, when you take a helicopter that can remain stationary over a point on the Earth and then do the same thing, you can actually get a predictable view of how much things should change along that line. It does not match what the flat Earth claims it should.
It's a poor quality triangulation. You don't have them all in the same area.
How?
Because I'm getting further away from the object, and it's different due to perspective.
Can you please explain perspective to me?
Oh, not again.
Perspective means that as you get further away from an object, it will either disappear down to a spot, or if it's big or it has to disappear down to a speck, it will approach the horizon and dip below the horizon if you're too low to the flat plane.
Prove it.
So it's going to change elevation by perspective, throwing off your triangulation as well. Poor quality triangulation.
Lemon birds.
Prove that an object with distance will go below the horizon from a flat surface.
You can look over the edge of a table and see that that's not true.
So only when you take the camera below the edge of the table.
So you
just table meets the sky represents the horizon, and the thing disappearing bottom up going into the horizon mimics exactly what we see in real life.
Lemonbird, hang on. I'm going to call something out because you actually said something that was factual without realizing it. When I said, prove it, show that this happens over a flat surface, you said it doesn't.
What? What? You're going to need to repeat that. What?
You debunked yourself. When I asked you to prove it with the conditions of a flat surface, you said, you started your response with, it doesn't.
What?
And yet what
over
you were...
a flat plane, stuff disappears bottom first.
Then why can we not replicate that?
We can replicate it over a table.
So over an imperfect surface with no measure and no correction on where the actual camera is positioned, you believe those videos, but not the ones with the proper controls? Why is that?
Going on with this thing is being pushed because it's pushing atheism and it's pushing people from God, other than an obvious creation that is flat and covered by a dome. Now we're in a ball rocketing randomly through space.
I have mentioned nothing with
why they're pushing it. It fits the agenda. It fits the agenda.
Why are you running back to your script?
Because you have to cut through the mess. Easy.
Notice how I did not mention anything to do with religion.
Do the board or not, or you can just take a sword to the thing.
I am keeping it to your claim and to the specifics of it. And as soon as I get you to a point where you cannot back it up, you run away and go on your diatribes to another topic entirely.
Something doesn't match. This thing doesn't match up. Thanks.
Why are you so dishonest?
Yeah, Lemon. I don't think that that it really supports your. You don't have much support for saying that it's all about atheism, because the majority of non-atheists are, not flat earthers. So, if anything, what I've seen is some, not you necessarily, but certainly an awful lot of flat earthers are quite vitriolic and are more likely than anything pushing people away. You look at you look at
atheist globsters, theist globsters. It's a mixed bunch.
It is a mixed bunch, and so saying that the point is to create atheists doesn't hold any weight.
The theist model that is created is one that's flat, covered by a hemispheric dome of sky. The one that's further removed from the creator is a random ball rocketing randomly through vacuum space.
That's your opinion. So, my opinion is it's the other way around.
But you're not even making a logical connection with how that could even be.
You're not making a logical connection with how that can be. I can do that too.
But you're just projecting.
Right. See, I think that it's the opposite of what you think. That's my opinion. You see, and so, why would it be that your opinion trumps everything else? It doesn't.
Why is your opinion valid?
Why is your opinion valid?
That a flat land covered by a hemispheric dome is obviously created. No random godless atheist process can produce that.
I completely disagree.
I would actually like to point out that what MC Toon is supporting with his stance is not opinion. He actually has demonstrable, repeatable evidence to support it, to make it actually a knowledge base, not an opinion claim.
Well, sure, most theists are globsters, but that's the model that's pushed in the schools. And most theists that are trying to be scientific feel the pressure to reconcile the scripture to man's science as opposed to the other way around. So that is not conclusive of its theistic value. It is more indicative of theists trying to reconcile God to man as opposed to reconciling man. Same phenomenon, different interpretation.
So why the change in the 17th and 18th centuries?
People were tired of having to obey God, so they wanted a scientific justification to walk away from him.
Really? So the church itself gave up on denying the evidence because they were tired of supporting the God that they're in the business, rather lucrative business, mind you, that they were in?
Well, the Jesuit Catholics wanted an alternative to the Protestant scriptures, and they came up with this model that is, not based in anything to destroy the Protestant God-fearing mind.
This was independent of the Protestant Reformation. This actually actually took place prior to the Protestant Reformations.
Right, and it was pushed by Jesuits in their Jesuit-controlled institutions.
Citation, please.
Most of the schools back then were Jesuit. Oh, correct. The Catholic Church was the one pushing heliocentrism, correct? 2 + 2 = 4, correct?
No. Because here's the thing: the church was rejecting heliocentrism for the longest time, to the point where Copernicus actually had to wait till he was on his deathbed for the release of some of his greatest work. Why? Because he feared the repercussions of going against the church doctrine about what he was observing.
If I can remember correctly, I think the Vatican publicly pardoned Galileo in something like 1993.
Yep. It took that long that church to jump on board in that sense, and yet you're claiming they were in on it from the beginning. Which is it?
Yes. I heard the counter interpretation that they were getting on Copernicus because he wasn't getting the right printing rights to print the theory, but priests and bishops were pushing him to publish the theory, so something doesn't match up. It looks like they didn't like that he didn't get the Catholic permission to print it, not necessarily that he was printing quote-unquote heresy.
No, the clergy was telling him not to publish because under the threat of excommunication and trial as being a heretic.
Well, something doesn't match up. I mean, even the Big Bang came from Catholic.
Your manipulation of what you are trying to assert as facts is what's not adding up.
Along with the Catholic control of telescopes and most observatories from Jesuit Catholic control, along with the Jesuit Catholic George Lemaitre coming up with another godless theory, the Big Bang, something's not adding up. We're going to have to split at this point because something is not adding up. It looks like they pushed this to take away the power from God and put it in temporal man and his man-made philosophies and his man-made opinions about how things run in the universe.
So
outside of the revelation of God, it is the revelation that man made to himself based off of materialism and material matter.
So I'm just curious, where is your source of your knowledge to make the claim that the Catholic Church had control over all of the telescopes at any point in history?
I read books that comment about it.
Citation, please.
I'd have to go digging through it. It would take a while.
Yeah, go pull something else out of your ass.
I could tell you about the. I could tell you about the first astronomical telescope, Lemon Birds, and that was designed by Galileo in the early 1600s, and the Catholic Church put him under house arrest after he produced his findings on the orbits of the moons of Jupiter. Most of his life's works were burned. They didn't want him to publish that stuff, and his life was ruined from that point on.
Well, it looks like once the main thing happened, taking the Earth out of its central geocentric position, you could just work in any sort of godless theory that you wanted without that pillar in place. And so after that, you have godless evolution. After that, you have the godless Big Bang. After that, you have a negation of the scriptures with a geological, time column and geological age of the Earth that is radically against the scripture. And so it looks like after this, the door was open to anything.
Right.
That works.
Why is anything other than geocentrism godless?
Well, the book says that the Earth is on pillars, that it does not move, that it is pressed out like clay under the seal, which is a flat shape.
Okay.
That the sun and moon move, but the Earth does not.
Hang on, Lemon. I've recently gone back to where I used to work quite often, and there are a number of buildings in the Harvard and MIT area right outside of downtown Boston that have a lot of pillars, but they're not the center of the city. So just because something is on pillars doesn't mean it's the center. Your logic doesn't follow.
Well, the Bible says that the Earth is his footstool. What footstool do you know of that's spinning and rocketing through space? Footstools tend to be stationary and unmoving.
Could it be figurative?
Could it be literal?
Well, where's his feet?
God's talking about how he made.
If it's literal, where's his feet? We should see his feet if it's literal.
Which part is metaphysical and which part is real?
Oh, you're picking and choosing.
rather
picking
than
and
real.
Choosing which
if
one.
It is a metaphor, is it mixed? Is it real and fake and real, or totally fake?
It's just your opinion. That's the problem. It's just an opinion.
But you're not going to scripture. Now you're just trying to reconcile your faith to science. That's dangerous.
You went to scripture and have no actual foundation to correlate between the two. Which actually, you know what, Lemon?
The Bible says it.
Hang on, Lemon. Okay, I'm so glad you said that right now, because I was going to ask you a question I know I've asked you before that you have yet to answer. At least you have yet to answer honestly.
What's that?
According to the Bible, according to the actual text of the Bible, what is the cause of all disease and pestilence on the face of the earth?
Sin, devil, evil, that sort of thing.
God's decision and God's wrath.
Oh, there's a little bit of that too, but you know, it depends on
it says in the Bible. That is what it says in the Bible. Yes.
You got the verse. You got the verse. It's always good to, you know, get the verse in context, you know, just saying.
Oh, now you're looking at context. If it's so literal and so direct, why does context matter?
You could be misinterpreting it to promote atheism.
You gotta remember, you're happy to pull it out of context when it supports your side there, buddy.
You need to tell whether how much of a metaphor is it a total metaphor, mixed, partially real, partially fake. You need to qualify that, sir.
But
and if he's talking about how he made the thing, how metaphorical is he being?
But you'll cherry pick Tesla apart just for the parts where he talks about the possibility of an ether instead of any of his other beliefs or science.
It was a concept for thousands of years. All of a sudden, we're just, you know, abolishing it. Kind of suspicious, you know. Just saying.
What was for thousands of years?
The ether, as a concept.
Ether was pretty short-lived.
They abolished it pretty quickly, but it was back there for a pretty good while.
When did they first come up with it?
Oh, shoot. At the scientific concept, I want to say like the 1700s, something like that. But it goes all the way back to the ancient world.
A citation needed
Earth,
on that.
Air, ether, fire.
Yeah, those aren't very scientific.
Ether is just purified air after you take all the air out of it. The ether's left in the background.
What?
Flowing.
All right.
And out
so
of everything.
here's the deal. All right. So yeah, somebody's saying it went back 300 years. Well, we've known the Earth was a sphere for more than 2,000. So here's the deal. Ether is something we already talked about. We already went through it, and it's done because you didn't bring up anything else, right? If the ether exists, then it doesn't move, according to Michelson Morley. Yet it moves according to Michelson Gale. Which one is it? Does it move or does it not move? You got to pick.
Doesn't move according to Michelson Morley. The ether moves over the unmoving stationary Earth according to Michelson Gale.
All right, so they contradict each other in your model there?
The Earth doesn't move through the ether in Michelson Morley. The ether moves gently over the unmoving Earth in Michelson
but if
Gale.
the ether was moving, they would have measured that movement in Michelson Morley, and they did not. It must be stationary. If it exists, then Michelson Morley, if the ether exists and the Earth is stationary, then so is the ether, according to Michelson Morley.
In the first one, they were focusing on the Earth's movement.
I don't care what they were focusing on.
They got a null result of 0.
They measured, if it exists, they measured no motion.
Of the Earth. Yes.
No motion of the ether in relation to the Earth. They were stationary in relation to each other. That's the only conclusion you can draw if you're going to go away from the actual conclusion, and you're going to state that their assumption of the moving Earth was wrong. Then you have to stick with they didn't measure any movement of the ether at all. It's stationary with respect to the Earth. So now you're trying to parse words on it, but they measured no movement of the ether.
No movement of the Earth in the first one.
No. In relation to the surface of the Earth, they measured no movement of the ether. If you're going to assume ether exists and the Earth is stationary. There's no motion.
They did what they had to do and abolished the ether.
Right, you're going off of evidence and just putting your opinion in there. I don't care about your opinion. I care about evidence. You're not bringing evidence. You're just blah blah. I don't like it. Therefore, I'm going to reject it. I don't take that.
Herbert Dingle and others talked about the problems with special relativity, this rubber ruler, to explain away the implications of the Michelson-Morley experiment. He talked about how ridiculous it is that two clocks moving at different rates somehow show different time, and that shows time moving differently. Time is eternity. Time does not speed up or flow differently. The mechanism of the clock would be affected by its movement through different electromagnetic fields, so it is affecting the mechanism of the working of the clock, but not time itself. Relativity itself is a rubber ruler.
Have to take into account time dilation, Lemonhead.
Time dilation is not a thing. Time does not dilate.
Why do GPS satellites have to take time dilation into account to work properly? That's a factory.
In what way? What are you talking about?
So, Lemon, this is something. Stop lying, because I know this is something I've explained to you before. Prior to the accounting for time dilation, due to the different reference frames between the surface of the Earth and where the satellites for the GPS system are, you were lucky to get a 3 to 5 meter accuracy. So you're looking 10, 15 foot accuracy. Then they start accounting for time dilation, and now the accuracy is less than 1 centimeter.
How about the different movement of the signal as it's going through the air, the ether, as it is traveling through space? Not necessarily time dilating, just the signal that's giving you the clock, computer signal traveling through different space.
Again, I will reiterate the explanation yet again for you. The only change they did was a change to account for time dilation as predicted through relativity. That was it. That was it.
It's just a different.
That was it.
It's just a different working of the.
All they did was account for relativity, and the accuracy increased by a factor of 100.
As I said before, and Herbert Dingle said when he was countering special relativity, it's just a different working of the mechanism of the clock as it goes through different electrical fields. In the case of the signal that the satellites are giving, it's probably just a different way that the signal is traveling, giving you a different time or whatever, or a different
electrical
data
fields
reception.
So you have evidence of these different electrical fields?
Yes, as you go up higher in elevation, the electrical potential of the atmosphere increases. So there's different electrical fields going up, and probably over the Earth.
I'll need a citation on that.
Preferably some sort of quantifiable measurement.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be lovely for that.
Now, on the other hand, we do have on the screen right now test of relativistic time dilation with fast atomic clocks at different velocities. Seems a little on point here. A peer-reviewed published study here. Versus,
as I said before, it's the electrical atmosphere making the clock work differently as it's moving through different fields and stuff like that. It's just a different working of the clock. Time is not dilating.
Well,
see, now here's the thing. We have ways to isolate materials and mechanisms from air and EM fields. I'm willing to bet those atomic clocks do the same thing in or out of a Faraday cage.
It's basically the mechanism changing, but time is eternity. It doesn't, speed up, slow down. It's just eternity. And I told you that it's the mechanism of the clock being affected by the atmosphere around it.
No, well, first it was electrical fields. Now it's the atmosphere. Which one is it?
That would be covered in the atmosphere around the clock. The electrical atmosphere around the clock.
Do you know what a Faraday cage is? You better say yes, because again, I have explained this to you. So
you said it would work.
No, what does a Faraday cage do?
Keeps out electricity. You posited that it should work the same in a Faraday cage.
Out electromagnetic fields, not just electricity, the entire spectrum. It keeps what's in, and what's out, out. So if it is this electro field of the atmosphere, why does the effect still happen when the mechanism is in a Faraday cage?
Probably still some electricity coming in and out of it. If light's still coming in and out of the cage, light's electromagnetic, so at least something's getting into the cage. Probably not the big fields, maybe the little ones. I don't know. It probably still has something going in the cage.
If we had varying forms of electricity just randomly going through anywhere, that almost nothing we use daily would work. It would work differently at different altitudes all the fucking time.
Yeah, the point is there's still something getting in the cage if you're getting light coming through the cage, which is electromagnetic. That's just logical.
What?
The logic is light electromagnetic? If yes, is it getting through the Faraday cage? If yes, then electromagnetism is still getting through the Faraday cage up to a point.
We would, be able to measure that if it was happening.
And here's the beautiful thing about atomic clocks, and I was planning on bringing this up, but there were a couple people in chat who also pointed it out. The way an atomic clock is physically manufactured, it's already sealed from all electrical, temperature, and atmospheric elements just in the case itself. It is a hermetically and hardened exterior that signals do not interfere with, which is why they are the most accurate timepieces you could ever come across.
The rate of atomic decay, which is how an atomic clock works, it's not affected by electromagnetism anyway.
The properly constructed ones, no, they're not, which is why the only effect that it could be when they do these experiments are relativity, because the only thing that is changing that would have an effect that would go beyond this barrier is the actual velocity of the apparatus itself.
Yeah. It's kind of case closed, really.
I don't know about that. We haven't factored in the ether. We're probably missing something, but who knows?
I think you're missing something, to be honest.
Like a brain?
Oh, no, it's right here. It's quite large and very massive.
It is very large and massive. That is correct.
And hang on, since you want to go there, let's bring something back up. Lemon, can you grab your Bible for me and let me know when you have it?
Let me get this digital Bible going. I was trying to see if I could find a citation for the electrical charge of the atmosphere increasing as you go up. I forgot the video. Sorry about that, MC. Let me...
where to look for your references. Okay, go to Numbers chapter 14, verse 11, and start reading for me.
Numbers 14:11. Numbers. I think that's Old Testament. Numbers 14:11. And the Lord said unto Moses, how long will this people provoke me, and how long will it be ere they believe me for all the signs which I have showed among them? That's Numbers 14:11.
I said start reading at 11, because I'm actually putting the context, because what I actually want you to read is verse 12, but we need the context of 11 to know exactly who is speaking in these verses.
Gotcha. I will smite them with the pestilence and disinherit them, and will make.
Wait, didn't you want to know where did it say that pestilence came from God in the Bible? Well, there it is, right there, him saying it. I will do this shit to them. That's just one.
There's more.
Yeah.
There's more.
Yeah, it looked like he was cursing them for basically turning away from God. Yeah, that's the context.
No. Pestilence from God.
Yeah, because they were turning away from him. That's the full context. You were making it sound like God just turns people sick. That was the context of what you were saying, but the context of this in the Bible is they were turning away from God, so God is cursing them.
Calm down. What is pestilence?
Sickness.
More accurately, it actually translates to a plague. So, why would they say that God did it instead of the actual biological means that we know of today?
Because he was cursing them for turning away from him.
Did they have any idea about germs, bacteria, viruses back then?
If God is God, he can send that too, can he?
So, please answer the question. Did they know about these biological mechanisms?
No, I don't think so.
So, wouldn't it logically follow that since these people didn't know about the biological means and they had no way of determining what the actual mechanism of what was going on was, I don't know, therefore God?
But the thing is, that doesn't necessarily follow.
Doesn't that logically follow for someone who does not have the means, but is devoutly religious? I don't know how this could have happened by any other way, ergo must have been God.
That follows too. Yeah, but if God is God, he could send that too. That's not conclusive.
So if the Bible is very factual, and it is the word of God, why wouldn't God let his people know about the mechanisms that, hey, by the way, you fuck up. It's not just I'll do this. This is how I will do it, motherfucker. Because when you actually read the Bible, he is an arrogant son of a bitch.
Friendly.
God, though. I mean,
yes,
isn't it arrogant for man to try to make himself God when he's not God?
Where is that happening?
With science. We're trying to push him out and come up with naturalistic explanations that man comes up with. And make man God. Man in his mind God.
Science is just trying to understand the world around us. That's it.
But they're making it totally materialistic to the exclusion of spirit. And they're trying to put themselves at the top in their mind.
Can you
their way of thinking
spirit? Can you
no, it's not physical.
Spirit?
That's a contradiction.
Okay.
That's a contradiction. It's not physical. Spirit is not physical.
All right.
Is it natural?
We're kind of off the topic
it's in the
here a
spiritual
bit.
world. It's not the natural.
So if it's not natural, why would you account for it in the natural sciences?
That doesn't mean that it doesn't have an effect on the physical world.
But you just said it wasn't natural. So if it's not natural, why would you account for it in the natural sciences?
It's not situated in the natural world exclusively. It's from another realm influencing this realm.
Does it interact with... If it interacts and influences this realm, then there is a measurement of that influence.
If it chooses to interact with it, yes.
So it can be measured. So then it is natural.
I mean, I don't know. This is getting wooey. I mean, I don't know the nature of the spirit.
All of what you say is very wooey.
It's a new word.
All right, can we get back to the topic here? Out of the woo.
Before we get on topic, am I the only one surprised that Lemonbird upgraded from children's stories to an actual Bible?
Yes.
I am my brother.
Granted, it was only because he's using his phone.
True.
Good one. Amen. Mwah. The Lord, word of God. It's good stuff.
Yeah, you really don't want to keep going down that road with me.
Read it, man. Read it a couple times.
I've read it almost 15 times. I've read it enough.
I read it plenty when I was locked up.
21 times the charm, man.
Yeah.
At that point, you'll be able to drink.
Being proved right every day. Talks about the rising and the falling of the empires of the world, from the Median to the Persian, Babylonian to the Roman,
yes,
to the beast system of the New World Order.
After seeing many cultures fall, it's easy to say that cultures will continue to rise and fall. It's not a groundbreaking prediction there.
All right.
Full of prophecy and all that.
Let's it's we've kind of gone around a little bit. Yeah, all right, Janie had a question here about firmament, asking where firmament comes from. It's Latin for expanses of the atmosphere and space and God's heaven. Actually, I've done a little bit of looking on firmament, and it comes from the Hebrew rakia, which is similar to a Syriac word. So here's the confusion. Hebrew, see, it was translated into Latin, and it was translated a little bit incorrectly because they looked at the Syriac, not the Hebrew. The Hebrew means expanse, and the Syriac means something firm, something solid. So the Latin got the word firmamentum, which showed up later in the King James Version, just meaning firmament, something hard. And instead, the Hebrew means expanse. So it'd be better if we could just use the English word expanse than firmament.
But that gets away from the solidity of it. If you're bouncing signals off of the ionosphere, perhaps you're bouncing signals off of the ionodome. We have the Kármán line about 7 miles up. So
except that I was just saying that the Hebrew was mistranslated. And you want to reject the actual Bible words and choose your own interpretation of it that isn't based on the actual words that were there. That's a bit strange, I think.
So MC Toon, this will help you with that. Lemonbird, by your opinion, which version of the Bible is the most accurate?
King James for English speakers, but there's an older version than that that says the Earth is actually flat, F-L-A-T-T-E, flat, and the firmament is solid. So if you're getting a translation that is getting you away from the solidity of the dome in 100 years, you're going to have something that gets away from the truth, and it will be, inaccurate. That's how you get myths formed. That's how you get apostasy, bad translations, another religion. It's a nightmare.
So you think that the most accurate translation of the Bible is the one with the most historical meddling with around its printing?
Well, for the English speaker, the King James Bible will probably be the most easy to understand. But even now, they're coming up with new international perversions.
And yet, MC Toon just pointed out how the Bible that you ascribe to has a massive translation error in it, and you want nothing to do with the correction of that error.
Rakia means something that's now like something that's hammered out and worked like metal. So it has to be something solid that's worked out with like a hammer by God. Rakia, the firmament.
You sure about that?
Do you really want to stick to that, Lemon?
Elves and sprites go up and hit some sort of barrier. Sundogs look like the sun shining through a curved glass firmament dome.
So here's the problem. Now, up on screen right here, I have an experiment from 1959 and 1960 where they used radar to sight the distance to the moon, and it didn't bounce off the firmament. They got a distance to it. Interesting.
Funny, because I've done it too.
I'm not saying that signals can't pass through it. I'm just saying signals are bouncing off of it because it's solid. But if it's glass, stuff can pass through it too, probably.
But I thought you just said it was solid ions.
Yeah, make up your mind.
Solid glass.
Ions and glass are far from the same.
You have meteorites that like tektite that appear to be, fused glass that appear to be pieces that fall off of it. You have huge mega cryo meteors that look like something froze to it and chunked off or something. It looks like, maybe it has some sort of solidity. Also, the Bible talks about the windows of heaven opening during the flood and closing afterwards.
So far, I like when those meteors go by year after year on a steady, predictable course.
Which one?
Specific comments that go year after year. I mean, I'm pretty sure some people sacrifice themselves to it.
Oh, the comet? Well, the thing about the comets is they look like chromatic aberration. You can take a light, like a little circular light, and kind of turn it to the side so that it hits the wall at a scant angle, and you got a comet right there. So you might have some sort of chromatic aberration from the light hitting something solid up there.
And yet, when you use a detector that will get you past that portion of the spectrum, it's still there.
Well, I've seen videos on YouTube. I know it's YouTube. I know where they take a video of the firmament and it looks pretty solid. So it's hard to know what to believe. Yes, but it's something to look into. Oh, so, let me see if I could link this.
So is it solid or is it permeable or is it the special pleading of it's whatever the hell I need it to be in the moment?
I want it to be marshmallows. I love marshmallows.
I think you can transfer energy through it, but not solid matter. So I don't think we're getting out of the firmament. And the Tower of Babel makes sense now if the firmament is right above us, under the waters above, under the throne of God.
Okay, but
looks like they were trying to build it to get up there and challenge God for killing their ancestors in the flood or whatever.
But you acknowledge. Hold on, you acknowledge that this radar passed through the firmament out to the moon and back. And
but yet at the same time assert that the sun and moon are small and local.
So where's the moon? How far is the moon?
I would have to say beyond the firmament, beyond 70 miles out. So it's probably in the firmament. But
why, whenever I look at the moon, I don't see the firmament?
Yeah, do you see lunar waves? And the moon looks like it's undulating through water.
Yeah,
that's the lunar waves.
That's the atmosphere. So 239,000 miles away would be fine with you then? It's on the other side of the firmament? Is that?
I'd 3,000 miles away, but it could be exaggerated. I base that off of the sun being 3,000 to 6,000 miles away. The moon looks like it's probably a little closer, but we'll have to look into that.
Of course, perspective doesn't agree with you, but flat
or direct measurements.
Yeah, flat earthers ignore that. Anyway, they in 1959 NASA measured it to about 240,000 miles with radar.
Based off. The radar.
Yeah.
Well, Robert Sungenis had a movie called Fool on the Hill. He's a geocentrist, so he believes it's still round. But him and I both believe that the Earth is at the center. But he talked about how if the universe is basically swirling around the unmoving Earth, then that means that, as you get away from the unmoving Earth in the center, things are going to move faster and faster and faster. So if light is going through that, faster spinning medium, it may change speed and speed up as it's going away from the Earth and slow down as you're going back.
That's not going to work.
So maybe that's messing with the speeds.
The speed of light has been well established by Albert Michelson, by the way.
Well, light has. What's up?
I'm sorry, MC Toon, but I have to read that super chat from Stringer News 1.
Go ahead.
Be sure to tip the people moving the goalposts. They gotta be tired by now.
Oh, and John Rapp earlier said for 5 Australian, Perhaps Lemonbird can keep an eye out for BM Furball's Operation Southern Celestial Pole. I maybe missed some context on that.
So during the interview that BM Furball had with our favorite Riley, Anthony Riley said that what would definitively give him evidence for it being severe is an actual observation of the Southern Celestial Pole from separate continents at the same time. And here's the beautiful thing. It can be done.
Yeah, that's not too hard. So, all right. Yeah, I forgot about that. I was camping this weekend. I didn't really get a chance. Hey, Lemonbird Kid, do you think the stars are wandering?
Yeah, they shine and move. We do not. And the triangulations to them have been... what's that?
Do we see too far?
Now they're 15 to 20,000 miles away when you do a quality triangulation, not one where you assume the Earth is moving.
I did a quick topic change. Do you think like over water, do we see too far?
Yes.
Okay, good. Bingo. Got bingo, people.
But,
hold on.
Damn it.
Yes.
I guess I should have been paying attention earlier in the show. Damn.
Right
there. Look at that. I kind of forced it, but I got. Let's see.
Yeah, that's cheating.
Don't firmament. Expects to see 1 degree. 1 stars.
You forced it out of his mouth.
See,
it wasn't a natural progression.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna take that.
I had a question on the firmament though. If it's a solid and we live in like a snow globe or what the fuck ever, how does the atmospheric pressure gradient work?
It's just a smaller column of atoms stacked on top of each other toward the top, more on the bottom. It's like being under a bunch of balls in a jungle gym or something. If you're further and further down, you're going to feel more balls on top of you. It's the same thing with the pressure gradient.
It's because of gravity.
Yeah.
It's just, in this flat earth theory, I could cobble together some woo. Stuff is just going to keep going to its energetic level where it will settle.
I love your honesty,
it will
though.
Just stay there.
I do love that. I'm going to cobble
together
some
might not necessarily. It might not necessarily be gravity. It could be just the atoms settling after they, work out all their energy or their energetic movement, and then once they lose energy, they just settle back down to their natural layer.
But why do they want to go south or down? Why not
the structure of reality? It makes sense if it makes sense if the denser stuff is made to support the lighter, fluffier, harder to weaker stuff at the top. So the denser stuff is going to tend to settle at the bottom and support the less dense stuff at the top. It's just a structure of reality. Otherwise, if you had the opposite, you'd have weaker matter on the bottom, somehow trying to support the heavier, denser stuff on the top, and essentially being crushed anyway. So it wouldn't work.
If it was heavier and denser on the bottom, yeah.
So, Lemon, I have a question for you. Can atoms choose their strength?
It's made a certain way by God. I would say the thing that we call weight is more accurately seen as an energetic phenomenon. If it's dense, it probably tends to absorb more energy or something like that. Or if it's like light, it tends to release energy more, or vice versa. It's basically how much energy it can absorb, which gives you quote unquote the weight based off of its structure created by God or whatever.
Okay, now hear me out, right? So if it's only dependent on the atom's energy, what prevents me from, supercharging my atoms and becoming Superman?
It depends. If your structure cannot take the energy taken in, you will heat up and your structure will be destroyed. You have to be able to take the energy, and you need to be able to organize the energy also. So it just depends. It's just, I'd have to cobble together some woo about it, but maybe it's a different phenomenon, essentially.
I just have to
From the passage of the ether through it, who knows?
I just have to say, MC Toon, that picture you have right now, that's some beautiful curvature to that cloud, which I'm assuming is from a volcano.
Yes, that was a previous topic.
Yes, it was from like way earlier.
Yep. A little bit of curve on that. That was the volcano that we could not pronounce.
The Icelandic?
Oh, shoot.
Yes.
Let me see if I can find that. Jafalager. Let me see. What was that?
How about Jalalapalooza?
Mm-hmm.
That works.
Eyjafjallajökull. Eyjafjallajökull.
Oh. Yep.
Unga Tunga.
So there we go. Confirmed Coriolis. We confirmed gravity. We confirmed that the electric stuff can't do it.
We confirmed Superman.
Superman we confirmed? I don't remember that part.
He said that it could supercharge his atoms to a certain point before it got too hot and exploded. So
I see. Okay, good. What else did we cover?
So DC is real, not Marvel?
Absolutely.
Damn it.
You guys
no curvature.
Do you know my password is Iron Man sucks.
Still haven't proved.
We confirmed that ether does not exist. We confirmed rotation. Anything else?
Where's the curvature?
What would you like to see? Left to right curve?
I would. You got a distorting lens for me?
No, yeah, you know the high altitude balloons. You see those all the time, right? And people like you can pick one still from the video and show it, convex. You can pick another, it's concave. The problem is that you haven't confirmed that the lens has zero distortion, or at least know what amount of distortion it has, right?
Well, the logic is if you have a fisheye lens that's like a thick lens that's distorting, a whole lot and adding curvature like that, all lenses are going to have that same, amount of, curvy convexity to some point, which means that they're all going to add some curvature.
Yeah, some are some bow one way, some bow the other way. There's a mustache curve in lenses. They're all a little bit flawed. Even the most expensive ones have some curve to it. So what you need is like a multi tom tom. Thanks. Get some merch here. You need some external reference, right? To know that what you're looking at, you need a straight edge, right? Would that be a good thing to look at? Like to have a straight edge?
Well, you just have to account for the curvature of the lens, and both sides need to do that. But with the curvature of the lens, it's really hard to prove optically that the Earth has any curvature.
Yeah.
If all lenses are going to curve up unless it's accounted for.
Exactly. So what if we used, instead of relying on the lens to give us real fine detail of the curve, what if we used a straight edge? Right? In the picture, right? If we had a straight edge in the picture that we knew was straight, right? And then put that up near the horizon. Right? So then regardless regardless of the curve, then we can know that we're getting it right. We can always reference back to the straight edge.
Right.
So for
it would
example,
be nice if these, cameras. Yeah.
So for example,
nice if they put the reticle back in the.
Yeah. Well, here's an example. This has right on here a couple straight edges. This is just showing the setup here at this point. With this one here, we've got straight edges on the left and on the right, and then they're zip tied together, two of them, so that you have a small even space between each of those. Right? Are you seeing that?
I see it.
And so this is taken in Ibiza. It's 609 feet above sea level, and here it is lined up. This is done by Rory. He has the horizon between the top and bottom of this of these straight edges, and he took lots of pictures to get this. And it's difficult to line it up correctly, and then it's also difficult to get both sides even. So he has rocks underneath either side that he used to finely tune the angles so that the left side and the right side were in line with each other. Right, so this picture here you can take into Photoshop. You can reduce it to 5% width if you want. You could instead just count pixels from the top and bottom and then put that into a spreadsheet. But it's easier to see if you just do a left to right compression. And so I got that right here. And there it is. That's that same picture compressed to 5%. So there is the curve that you can see with your own eyes. If you don't...
Hold on. Let's see. I see the curvature of the lens.
No, what you see, though, is you see the straight edge above and below. Right? We know that straight edge is straight. Because it's a straight edge.
And notice how, when compressed, there was no change to the straightness of the reference.
Yeah, and that helps because...
Why is it curving downward to the left? Why isn't it even?
Why isn't the horizon even?
Because he didn't set it up to be... Because it wasn't set up to be even with the horizon. It was merely set up to give you a flat reference.
A straight reference there. And so the camera wasn't perfectly aligned.
Vertically, yeah.
Yeah, twisted, rotated. But we do know the straight edge is straight.
Well, the curvature of the lens would increase and magnify with greater distance and elevation, would it not?
If it was a lens issue,
close, it would probably be negligible, but how far away it would compact, would it not?
No. If it was a lens issue, it would affect everything in that region of the lens.
So you have an object in the foreground, which is probably not going to be affected as much, but in the background, it's probably magnified.
You earlier agreed. Hold on. Earlier, you agreed that the lens doesn't change where things appear in relation to each other.
And you said with focus and zoom. This is compression, which is probably magnifying the lens curvature that's there that we don't see with our naked eye.
Then why is it not doing it to the straight edges that are a significant distance away from the lens itself?
Look at the wavy lines of the things in the foreground, the red things. They're kind of waving and curving even in the foreground right there.
Sure. As they get farther away,
bottom part by the black.
As they get farther away from the center of the frame, they experience more distortion. Now, this is a cropped view, so that it fits nicely on the web page, right? You can see it has the red, the black, the red, and then it's cropped off. And you can look at the picture here, red, black, red, and then there's a whole bunch of water and rocks below and a whole bunch of sky above. I cropped it all off, and if you look at those, you'll see a lot more distortion above and below. But before we came into this, you said a straight edge would be a good idea, and that would show, and that would remove any lens questions. And so we removed any lens questions. This lens isn't distorting this area significantly, but if you want, of course, there is a little bit of waviness, and you can just start counting pixels if you want.
Well, with collimation error, it's hard to tell what's really going on.
Collimation isn't affected by this.
And even then, if it were, it would affect both the horizon and the objects in the foreground in a similar and significant fashion.
It would multiply with greater distance. That's not true.
No.
Collimation, it only happens within the lens. It doesn't happen out over the ocean there.
Let me make this patently clear to you, Lemonberg. Lens effects from the lens, issues with the lens, will affect the 2D representation that results from the information collected through that lens. That is what is happening. So your claim to try to say, oh, it will do it more with distance, no. As long as the object is in the viewfinder, is in view of the lens, the effects of that lens will hit all information in that image similarly. Distance doesn't matter.
That is correct.
If that were true, then theodolites would be guaranteed over any distance, but theodolites are only guaranteed up to certain distances.
Citation needed
because of the collimation error.
Hold on.
That
you're gonna have to cite that because you talked about that last time, and I did my research. So, where's your citation on that?
mctune.net.
All right, gentlemen, it's like 1:30 here, or 1:05 here. I have to be up in a couple hours to run my CNC machines to make some money tomorrow. So,
all right,
Jared, I think you'll like something I'm making for the moto vloggers right now.
Ooh.
I'm making a 3-axis gimbal mount for a GoPro.
Tempting.
Oh, yeah.
Very tempting.
We'll see how it does on my big rattle shaker of a solid mount Harley Davidson before I market it, but it's something we're playing with.
All right, we'll definitely be in touch then.
All right, you guys have a good one.
Later.
DPI is going to get to it before you.
All right, here we go. Claim theodolites are not certified to be used over a certified distance. Is that the claim you just made? That is the claim you just made. So I asked a professional geodetic surveyor who uses one every day for his career, and he sent me the data sheets.
Yeah, they have a limit
on 3 of them.
They have a limit.
They do not.
And they're only guaranteed up to a certain distance.
Here you go.
You can keep saying that, Lemon, but let's see what MC Tunes research has actually come back with.
Here you go. The operation manual on the TS16. In long-range mode, it can shoot distances greater than 33,000 feet. Right? That's what you're talking about. The problem is, that is using the rangefinder, the laser rangefinder. Let me jump to the correct page. Page 70. It is not about measuring angles. So there it is, right there on the screen. That top chart there. Standard prism range 33,000 feet, right? That's for the distance measurement using the laser measurement, right? As far as measuring angles, which is what a theodolite does, that is an extra thing that is beyond the scope of a basic theodolite. It has no range requirement. To be purely technical, theodolites don't shoot distances. They only measure horizontal and vertical angles, sometimes called zenith angles, depending on where 0 is. So, from a professional geodetic surveyor, looking at the data sheet on his own thing, and if you want, mctune.net/Theo, you can look up the data sheets. I have them right there. You can download them and look at them yourself. That's the one that the main surveyor used, the Leica Viva TS16. Jesse Kozlowski uses this one here, the Wild T2, right? The read accuracy is 1 arc second. And then you've got Larry Scott, who uses a Wild T3. All these data sheets are here. You go ahead, you look at those, you find where it talks about the maximum distance of measuring angles. You won't find it. Now, let's get back to the point. What were you saying, Jared? Was that you?
No, it was just, I was not allowing Lemon to overtalk your explanation. This way he had no option but to listen and see that, oh, Yeah, that claim shot out of the water.
Yeah, so tell all your friends at the 24/7 they need to do their research. Because flat earthers don't do research.
The thruster itself says that it's only good up to 33,000 feet. So that shows that it has a limit.
Using the laser rangefinder.
3,000 feet.
Yes, the laser rangefinder. But that's not what a theodolite does. That's an added feature that is beyond the function of a theodolite. A theodolite measures angles. So
Samuel Rowbotham replies in Zetetic Astronomy that the lenses in the theodolite refract and that the error of collimation makes observations at different elevations and vast distances from its objects unreliable.
Yes, that is his claim, which I'm about to debunk again, and I already did it in this time here, but I'll do it again.
And even then, I will go out on a limb and say that theodolites from the 1800s were less accurate than the ones we have today.
So
they're going to have the same errors if they work off the same principles with similar lenses. In surveying and field work from the Glasgow textbooks, a practical textbook on surveying, leveling, and setting out, error from incorrect adjustments of line of collimation. If the line of collimation or line of sight of the telescope is not at right angles to the horizontal axis, it will not revolve in a plane, but it will describe a flat cone in rotation. This will not give rise to error in the angles if the objects sighted are all at one angular elevation, but will give rise to very slight error if the objects are at different elevations. Error in an angle due to incorrect adjustments of the line of collimation will be completely eliminated by taking the mean, the average.
Oh!
So you got to be
Hold
careful.
on a second. I got it right here. Oh, I just love it. Here it is. You see where it says 90 at the top there. What you do is you take it, you flip it, right? If this is your the blue part of my marker here is the front of the telescope.
We don't see your marker.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he's doing that to his camera and not to the hangout.
Right there. What you do is you flip it around this way, right? And then you flip it this way, and you wind up with the lens, being the opposite direction, right? It's upside down and backwards. So anything that was reading too high is now reading too low. So here you go. You have 90 this way. You flip it around, you see 270. That's happening here. And this one you can tell because it has, I'll zoom in real far here. It has two lines on the left side where it's saying 90. You see that? He flips it around, same two lines on the right side. It's just backwards and upside down, right? So just like you said, you exactly nailed it. You take the mean. And that's what the main surveyor did here. He took 20 measurements, 10 from the front face, 10 from the rear face, and he averaged them. That's how you fix collimation errors in a theodolite. So no more theodolite collimation errors out of your 150-year-old textbook that was desperately trying to ignore them because it totally wrecked his point.
So I actually have a question for you, Lemonbird. Has the manufacturing processes of lenses improved, decreased, or stayed the same?
Obviously, they've improved, but the angles that you're drawing in the view of the lens are going to be off. The lens feeding the horizon air, so it may stay 90 degrees, but it may not be actually 90 degrees.
Can you put your script down, please?
Saying.
Can you put your script down?
That's obvious, dude. Don't waste time with a stupid question. That's obvious. So you may be reading 90 degrees on the lens of the instrument, but it may not actually be to the horizon. Really don't waste my time with questions like that. It's late, dude. Don't waste my time. Really so it may be reading that on the lens, but it may not actually be physically in that space if it's collimating.
Conversation anymore.
Why are you afraid to have?
If you want to waste my time, I'm available now. But it's late, dude. Don't waste my time.
Yeah, it's 2:15 in the morning here too. Sweet cheeks.
Yeah, you're both East Coast time.
Lemon bottom, or power bottom. Yeah, that's what your name was. I forgot.
All right, so unfortunately, Lemon Bird, there's really no case to be made about the inaccuracy of theodolites. They function. All of our lines for states and counties and countries and property have been determined using these, and if they were as far off as you think they are, people would be in an awful lot of disagreement every day.
Now, it's actually funny you mentioning that and going to the historical bit of it like that. There have actually been corrections made because of the increase in not just the manufacture of the lenses, but also the methodology used to survey between the early and mid 1700s and now, just within the United States itself.
Wait, are you saying a piece of technology advances throughout, centuries?
Crazy.
That's weird to think about. Imagine what technology could be like in another century.
Well, you know what? Lemon Bird has a good point. It's getting late. We've been going for a while. I'll tell you what, Lemon Bird, it's always an interesting conversation and usually pretty civil. So thank you for that again. Thank you to, let's see if I can remember who was in here. We had Christ Puncher and John Watson and Jared. We got Look a Pig. We had we had Crash. Had a bunch of people. So
don't forget about my doggy. My doggy was
your dog. Okay, next week, Multi Tom Tom, and then the week after we got Dabbin. What's his Dabbin Good? Yeah, Dabbin Good. At least Dabbin Good said 2 weeks would be pretty good. So send me a message, you guys, mc2@mc2.net, or on Discord. I'm on the 24/7 server, both the old one and the new one, and Icewall and a few others who probably be able to find me. I'm just MC2 in there. So, but Multi Tom Tom, I'm looking forward to next week. It's gonna be you.
MC, can I interrupt you real quick?
Sure.
I would love to see you sit in a room for about 3 hours with Debbie.
Oh. Wow.
Who's Debbie?
No one tell him. No one tell him. Set up the debate. Okay.
Just do a search for Debbie Duran, and you will both thank and hate us for it.
No. Don't do the search. Just get her in a debate for 3 hours. Okay. Don't search for her. Don't do any research.
Sorry, I already
Enjoy
did.
the fresh experience. No.
Oh, I found her.
Close out that tab. Close it out. Lower your IQ. Oh, by the way, Lemon Bird, you don't want to say you have a great big brain. That's kind of like a deformity. Some could call you a Neanderthal.
Yes. All right. Well, yeah. If whatever, you guys set that up with Debbie, I guess.
Okay, that's all on you.
Yes. Somebody says Debbie is hilariously stupid. Yeah, but I've been dealing with that guy. Really.
She's on a different level.
They're all on. How do you tell who's sane and who's insane?
You can't.
If they're a flat earther, they're sane. If they're a globe earther, they're probably crazy.
He says from the mouth of an insane person. You can't tell.
What?
Yes.
Tell us about the aliens infesting your mind.
Hang on. Lemon. Hallmark of someone suffering from insanity. I'm not the crazy one. Y'all MFers are the crazy ones.
My mind is in control, dude. I'm in control of my mind.
Tell us about the aliens that infect, or the demonic aliens that infect everyone else's
I broke out of healing.
The voices in his head tell him what to do.
BM Furball, there's a reason why I said I don't know. He asked, is anyone that argues with flat earthers actually sane?
So
I don't know.
Hold on. I've been having flashbacks to around 2015 tonight, being in this call, and I have to say, Jared, me and you are not sane.
No, we're not.
So, all right, just
obviously
a little review here. Hold on.
By definition,
I have 3 mice here. Too many.
Ooh, I want a mice.
All right.
Can I have a mice?
So we've got tonight. We got a bingo here. Down the one side, I got Flat Out Hero last week. Gave me this. This is my first bingo, right? And I just thought I'd show you.
That bingo, I contest.
Yeah. Well, the one from tonight, yeah, I'll give. All right. This is Joey Rocha.
Oh.
Nothing. He went ballistic too quick. I got nothing on him.
That was. That was something else. I have to say he was a unique experience. I haven't had an interaction with someone of his ilk like that in actually, probably about 4 years. But you used to get interactions like that quite often back in the good old days.
The good
if you
old
want
days.
to call them that.
Oh, I still remember that brown dog. I miss that dog.
I did see when Dell and Gav were on the show that shall not be named. And he was just that was hilarious.
You do have to admit that this entire prolonged shenanigans has given us some rather hilarious moments to recall anytime we need a quick pick-me-up.
Yep.
Yeah, like when MC Toon showed that collimated theodolite with the uncollimated angle showing 90 degrees when he didn't count for the collimation for the 90 degrees of the horizon.
Good
That's
times.
Insane.
All
Lemon, I miss you.
Insane.
All right. Well, we should.
I miss you too, buddy.
We should. All right.
I have to agree with Furball again towards Stringer News. No, you do worse. You provide financial support. You are the enabler.
All right. Well, yeah. Lemon.
We should wrap.
Yeah, Lemon and Look at Pig. You guys can hook up later and do whatever you do.
Yay.
And
so I missed my power bottom.
Anyway, anybody wants to go tell that guy what they think about that guy, go let him know. Mostly on my video to him because he'll probably just delete it if you're on his channel. So that's it next week. I'm hoping to have a video between now and then again, but we'll see. So we'll catch you later. Bye, everybody.